Good afternoon, everybody. I can see the screen.
Yes, sir. Afternoon.
All right, so I want to do 120 questions today. 2 papers. I want to do today. I'm not going to hesitate, right? But tomorrow's exam, I want to finish early, but I can go and sleep. So after this session, there's no more studying. Sleep, sleep, sleep. I take it that everybody was studying hard today and practicing. So just basically doing this final little touch up. And so persons who have any questions, little final explanation that they have or that they want, we can just do it now. All right? So here we're just going to do the questions. I'm going to see a lot of questions familiar. These are actual people that you're looking at. This is actually 2020 paper. It's actually 2020 paper. It's a recent one. I will do another one afterwards, all right? That's what it is. So, all right, already, let's go. Some of these questions I would have seen before. All of them would have seen before. So this one asks us to work this out. The negative 2 squared, the negative 3 squared is 9. The square negative number is positive. The negative 2 squared is also positive, which is 4. This adds up to 13. So the answer here is 13. Nice and easy. Next question. What is the value of the digit 2 in this number? The digit 2 is right here. The place value of it is 2 places after the decimal point. So if we write the value of it, it is 0.02. 0.02 is the same as 2 divided by 100. And so it is this one. Easy, easy, easy. Those don't really need any explanation. But the distributive law, and as I said, the distributive law really just a fancy name for a law connecting factorization and expansion. And it is 49 times 17 and 49 times 3. It's almost like we factorize 49. So it becomes 49, all right, 14. 49 into, out of this, we're gonna have 17. That's the value between them. Out of this, we're gonna have 3. So like we factorize. 17 plus 3 is 20. So this is 49 times 20. 49 times 20 is this one. Straightforward. Right? These are like giveaway questions, really. This one says.
Sir.
Yes?
Sir, so why wouldn't it be plus?
Why not plus? Because 17 and 3 is 20. So it's 49 times 20, so it can be plus. And look at the value. Even if you add these two together, even if you add these two together, right? Even if you add these two together, there's no way it can be equal to that. No way. Because this should just be equal to 69. And there's no way this can be 69. 49 times 17 and 49 times 20. No way on any part of the globe that can be 69. So sometimes you have to look at the values as well. There's no way this could be the answer. All right? So that is it. The answer must be real as well. Must be true. All right, next one. Next one. A total of 540 beads is shared in the ratio of 4 to 5. What is the larger portion? I was telling the students yesterday, not everything have to be calculated. 4 to 5 is almost half and half. So you know that the answer is going to be a little bit more than half of that. Half of that is 270. You want more than half, and you want the 5 share. Right? So you know that it's a little bit more than half of it. Because if the ratio was 5 to 5, 5 to 5, it will be equal, half and half. So the answer is the one that is a little bit more than half of this. Half of this right now is 270. What value is a little bit more than 270? This one. So that is the answer. But if you have to work it out, then the total parts in the ratio is 9. And you want the larger portion of the ratio. So it is 5 out of 9 times the 540. That's what you would have to do. All right? And then 9, and you basically have to work it down, right? 9 into this goes 6 times, and then this is really 60, or you can say 6, 5, 30, and the 0. So you get the 300 just the same. But not everything have to be worked out. Remember, the answer is right there on the paper. So sometimes all you need to do is look at the answer. The answer is on the paper. So it's 5 out of 9 times the 540. If I cancel it down, 9 into 54 is 6. So we have 60 left. If we cancel it out of this, 5 times 60 is 300. All right, that finishes that one. Number 6. Number 6 is right here. 0.45 written as a fraction. So 0.45 is the same as 0.45 is the same as 45 divided by 100. Everybody must know that. 45 divided by 100. And then canceling this down. This can be divided through by what? 5. So if I divide 5 into this, I get 9. And 5 into that, I get 20. If I divide through by 5. And so the answer is 9 over 20, which is this one. All right? These are all easy questions so far. Dan sold 40 tickets at 40 concert tickets in 5 days. Each day he sold 3 more than the previous day. The number of tickets sold on the 3rd day. So I'm going to do this question the same way I did it the other day. I'm not going to do it another way. So I'm going to say, let the number of tickets sold on the 1st day. So I'm going to write the days. Let's write not the days. Because there's only 5 values we're going to add up, 5 days. I'm going to write the days and say 1st day, 2nd day, 3rd day, 4th day, 5th day. Since I don't know the number of tickets sold on the 1st day, I'm going to call it X. So these are what they sold. The number sold, or tickets sold. I'm going to call the first sales X, because I don't know how much was sold on the 1st day. And each day it says 3 more than he did the day before. So the 2nd day is going to be X plus 3. Then the 3rd day, you're going to add 3 to this. So it's going to become X plus 6. Then add 3 to this, it's going to be X plus 9. Add 3 to that, it's going to become X plus 12. So this really represents the total tickets sold, which we know is equal to 40. So I'm going to write this expression and put it equal to 40. So this is actually 5x. That's 5x. And then we need to add up this side. Other side up to. Now this and this is 12, that's 24. 24 and 6 makes 30. So this is 30. That is the total tickets sold. And the total tickets sold, let's say, is equal to 40. So we put this equal to 40 now. This is equal to 40. And therefore, this is the equation that we're solving. Let's solve it up here, since we're running out of space. So we're basically going to subtract the 30 and divide the 5. And so the X that we want is really this we want, you know, the amount sold on the 3rd day, right? That's what we want to find anyway. We want to find X first. So it's about, X is going to be equal to 2. So it's going to be 40 minus 30, and they divide by this 5. So the X is going to be equal to 2. So the amount sold on the 3rd day is 2 plus 6. So the answer is right here. The amount sold on the 3rd day is 2 plus 6. That is it. Because X is 2, so the amount sold on the 3rd day is 2 plus X. 2 plus 6. 2 plus 6. All right? That finishes that part of it. Then we'll come to sets. We're going into a section with sets, a few sets. That's what the papers are. All right? Few numbers question, and then we're going to go get a couple sets question. This question says, item 7 refers to the following Venn diagram. It shows the number of members of a sports club who play rugby or basketball. All right? The number of members who play rugby but not basketball. So this really You play rugby, but not basketball. It means rugby only. That means you want people who play rugby only. So you're talking about here. They play rugby, but they don't play basketball. So that's 15. So the answer is this. All right? So what is the number of persons who play rugby? It's all right, forget it. Forget it. You find another one and ask that question. You don't want to ask. All right, let's leave it at that. All right. So people who play both is this. We're going to ask for the number of persons who play rugby. Just rugby. You have to add up these. This is the rugby set. That will be 27. That's the number of persons who play basketball. You have to add up these. That will be 25. If that's for the basketball only, that will be 13. If you ask for the number that plays both, it will be 12 inside here. All right, so I can give by the same diagram and ask the different things now. Right? That's the number of persons who play rugby or basketball, but not both. But after that, rugby or basketball, but not both. Let me put it down here. But after question, the number of players who play rugby, or basketball.
Excuse me, sir.
But hold on, let me finish the question. But not both. What will be the answer? Number of persons who play rugby or basketball, but not both. What will be the answer? You have to add those 28. You're not including the 12. Good? So it have to be the 15 plus the 30. That is 28. Generally speaking, in sets, or means add. Or means add. Generally speaking, need the sum of the values, right? And means multiply. Generally speaking, right? So if in doubt, or means add, and means multiply. If you're not sure. All right. Somebody have a question?
Yes, sir. Somebody's saying that you divided by must say 2 and not 5. I think they're talking about the previous question.
Up here. Oh, okay. I put the 2 there, but I wrote the right answer. Supposed to be a 5. Remember, you're not showing working in this, you know, guys. All right, thanks for that. Answer is still 2 right here. All right, still 2. So I put the wrong value there, but it's still 2. But remember, you're not showing when you're working. This is supposed to be 5 until the x will be equal to 2. All right, no problem. Thanks for that. All right. My next question. Next question. So this was just an additional, if they should have something like this, right? Which they could. All right. This question says, give us a Venn diagram, and it says the region shaded. The region shaded is everything outside of P. That is written P complement. P complement. Zoom up here. So this has a complement symbol on it right here, right? That's P complement. So the answer is this one. Unshaded. The answer, shaded. You don't want it the unshaded, which is the P. Then the answer would just be P. You don't want it the unshaded. Let me write it over here. So you don't want it the unshaded region. Unshaded instead. Then the answer will be P. Just set P. All right? That will be the answer. P. All right. Next question. 2 parts to this question. It says, item 9 and 10 refer to the following Venn diagram which shows the universal set U and 2 sets T and C that represent students in a class that play tennis for T and chess for C. So tennis for T, chess for C. And clearly, everybody who plays chess also plays tennis, because the chess is a subset of the tennis. If you were to write that, you'd write it like this. Chess is a subset of tennis. That's how you write that information. C is a subset. This is symbol for subset of T. All right? If you write it members, so for example, if you write members, these 2, you could write something like this for members. You could write that Paul and then you write Rima. Put them in brackets like that. And they are members. This is symbol now for members. They are members of C. So that's this statement to be true. Paul and Rima are members of C. This is symbol for members. If you want to say not a member of life, so for example, if I change these and I write Kayla, suppose I put Kayla inside here. Kayla. Then I have to cross this symbol, not a member. Kayla is not a member of C. We don't know they can give it the same diagram and ask a different thing. That's why I'm talking about this additional stuff, right? All right. So this one says, how many students play both? How many students play both? See them here? Paul and Rima. How many students play both? Paul and Rima. Remember, Paul played chess. Paul and Rima play chess, you know, because they are subsets of the tennis set. They also play tennis. All right? So talking about Paul and Rima. So it's two of them. And it's here. Next question. How many students play exactly one game? How many students play exactly one game? So one game is played by 1, 2, 3, 4 persons. One game played by those first 4 persons. So that's 4. Let me leave them circled. Those are the persons who play one game. One game. Each of them play one game. So it's 4 persons play one game. So the answer is says 4. All right, that is it. These don't play any. All right, those don't play any. Universal set which shows the universal set. Okay, so those don't play any. Dog. So if they ask how many persons don't play any sport, there will be 3. 3 outside here. They don't play any of it. They don't play the chess nor the tennis. All right. Next question. Next question again. Refer to the following information describe 3 sets of prime numbers, odd numbers, even numbers. All right. So now that odd numbers and even numbers would fall in a disjoint set. There's no intersection between them. Because no number that is odd is also even. Question says, which set of the following set is empty? Empty, another word for empty is none. Nothing in it. And it will be the set intersection between Q and R. These will be in a null set. But there's no number that is odd and also even. So Q and R, the intersection of Q and R right here. And I think we looked at this question yesterday. I expound on it. We did a lot of work on this question yesterday. All right. Next question. This is a classic question. We're using the sets equation. Remember, sum of these two, number in A plus the number in B. Sum of these two must be equal to the sum of these two. Put them in blue. Sum of these two. It must be equal. Sum of the two in red must be equal to the sum of the two in blue. Simple as that. So since this 11. One is 6, since this one is 6, and the sum right here says what? 29. Sum right here says 29. Easy enough. Sum right here says 29. Number in A plus number in B is 29. The number here also must be 29. But in the exam now, I'm not going to work out everything. In the exam now, these two must also add up to 29. Since this is already 6, then this has to be 23. Because 6 and 23 is 29. But understand that?
Yes, sir.
Good. So that must be 3. Remember that we did this yesterday. All right? So the number in the intersection and the union, the sum of the intersection and the union must equal the sum of the A and the sum of the B. All right? The sum of the A and the B must equal the sum of the intersection, number in the intersection, and number in the union. All right? So that is it. So this must equal, let me put a line on it. So this must equal 29. And this must equal 29. This one must equal 29. It is equal to 29 based on these values. Because those two add up to 29. The two in blue also must add up to 29. Simple as that. And so since this one over here says 6, this must be 23. 23 and 6 is 29. All right, enough of that. This question says a dress which costs $180 is being sold at a discount of 10%. But when you take 10%, you basically drop off a 0 and you divide by 0. Divide by 10. 10% is also divided by 10. I put the decimal point one place to the left. What is the amount of the discount? The discount is 10%. It's 10% times the 180. This don't need no calculation. It is 18. So this is the answer. 10% of 180 is 80. If they are asked what is the amount paid for the dress, then they have to subtract the 18 from 180. You have to do 180 minus 18 to get the answer. Right? It will be what? 162 or something like that, right? If they ask for the right, they ask how much is paid for the dress, but they didn't ask that, they all wanted the discount. All right, next question. This one says, a dinner at a restaurant was advertised at 60% plus $60 plus 18%. What is the total bill? Total bill is going to be 118%. So we can do this question, we can find the 18%, and after we find the 18%, we add the 60. So we can set up like this. It is $60 plus 18 over 100, 18% times the $60. So the question, how do we do this on an exam paper? That you can use a calculator. You can simplify it down and so on, right? You can cancel it down. So let's see how we could do it. Not one way to do it, multiple ways it can be done. But the important number of values in this is that this time it's going to give me a 48. Or is it 48 or 4.8? Now look, I can know this one easily as well. I can say, okay, 10% of the 60, I can say 10% is $6. It's 18% I want to know. And if 10% is $6, where are the $6? 10% is $6. So you can do it without calculating. And 1% is $0.6. Put the dollar sign. That's 1%. So you have the 10% already. Now 10% in this 18% is 6. And then the 8% now, you just multiply this by 8. You get the 8%. Let me put it down here. I'm showing you how you could work out the 18% without a calculator. Another way you could do it. So I could just simplify and say, okay, I want 18%. I want to know what 18% of 60 is. I break it down. I'm going to break it down to 10% and 8%. 10% of 60 is 6. So I know the 10% already. Now I need 8%. So I go down to 1% first. Good? So 1%, you divide by 10 again and get this. So 8%. So if this is 1%, then 8% means that I'm multiplying this by 8. If I multiply that by 8, I'm gonna get 6, 8, 48, 4.80. 4.80. So I'm adding these two. So it means that my 18% then, my 18% is the sum of these two. The 10 and the 8. That is 10.8. So my 18% is $10.8. I'm gonna leave it in blue. It's $10.8. My 18% is therefore $10.8. So the answer must be the one with the 0.8 because you're gonna add the 60 and the 10.8 to get the $70.80. Right? Or you could just add this, you could just work that out. I'm just showing you how you could be able to do it without, without multiplying and all that. You can just break it down. Break down the 18% to 10%, 1%, multiply it back up to 1%. But it might just be easier to calculate it still. All right? It might just be easier to calculate it still. Just work this out. All right? No problem. All right, next one. It says the cost price of a refrigerator is this, and it says a buyer who is given a discount of 5% for the cash price will pay. He's gonna pay 95%. So you can do 2 ways again. You can work out the 5% and then subtract it. So okay, we get 5%. You can take 10% first. So since we want 5%, we can say, okay, it's of this value. In the exam room, you're under pressure, and you want to work it out quick. You can say, all right, 10% is equivalent to $185 from this. You drop off the 0. So therefore, 5% is half of this. Half of the 180 first is 90. And then half of the 5 is 2.5. So this is $92.50. $92.50. Right? And you're subtracting now. So it basically is what? The discount. So it's going to subtract. So it's $18.50 minus this. Minus $92.50. That's what you're subtracting. You don't have to work it out. You look at the answers. It must be an answer that has a 0.5 at the end. This is only 0.5 at the end. That is less than the original amount. So that must be the answer. Because it cannot be more, you know. Cannot be more. All right? This is the only one that has a 0.5. You know that this is going to give you a 0.5. Right? And it has to be, can't be any of these two. And none of those end with a 0.5. And it can't be this one either. But this one is more. The discount can't be more. It has to be less. So this one cannot be it. This cannot be it. This cannot be it. So you don't have, a lot of the questions, you don't have to complete the working out. But the answer is right there on the paper. You just have to be smart. All right, the answer is there on the paper. All right, let's continue. This one says, annual interest rate on a mortgage on a house assessed at a value of $450,000 is 5 cents for every $1. So if every $1 of this value, you're paying 5 cents. And I said, don't work in dollars and cents at the same time. So the first thing you want to do is recognize this 5 cents as $0.05. That's the first thing you want to do. This 5 cents, you're gonna work it at $0.05. So the rate that they're giving you is $1 in value. $1 value, you're gonna pay a tax of 0.05 cents for $1. So you're gonna know how much you're gonna pay for 45,000. You have to multiply this by 45,000. If $1 you pay this, then not 45, then for 450,000 you have to multiply the same relationship by 450,000. So to see how much you're gonna pay, you have to multiply by 450,000. And again, the answer is on the paper, you don't have to work it out. So basically, you're multiplying these, you know, you're multiplying these two parts. So it's like the answer is gonna be 0.05, that is this amount, times the 450,000. You don't have to work out everything, guys. All right? You don't have to work out everything. All right, look at it. Essentially, you're really looking what this equal to, you know, this 5 times this 45 equal. The zeros is just a matter of how many zeros will be at the end of the number. That's what those zeros will do, you know. But essentially, you want to see which of these values correspond to 5 times 45. And the answer is there. Remember, the answers are on the paper. You just want to answer the value that is here. Which one of these? When you multiply these two, you're going to get those same digits in the answer over here. All these zeros is just to move the decimal point and all of that to give you the size of the number. So if I multiply 5 times 45, what am I going to get? 5 times 40 first is 200. I'm doing 5 times 45, multiplying these two. Multiplying these two, right? 5 times 45 to see what the value is. I'm going to get 225. I want to know. 5 times 40. 5 times 40 is 200. Work it out. 5 times 40 first. I can't use a calculator, that's 200. And then 5 times 5. 5 times 5 is 25. Then 5 times 5. That's how we can do the 5 times 45, you know, guys. 5 times 40, and then 5 times 5. That's going to give me 25 right here. These two add up to 225. So these zeros now is just going to place this as the answer. But the answer must be this one, the one with the 225 in it. Remember, in a multiple choice exam, I don't need to show any working. Just need to get the answer the easiest way possible. Not everything has to be worked out. Not everything has to be worked out in the exam. All right, you have to be smart. The answers are right there in front of you. You just want to get your answer. All right, that is the answer. Next one. The simple interest on a sum of money invested at 5% per annum for 3 years is $90. The sum of money is what? So they're asking for the principal. Everybody knows the formula for simple interest. I equals PRT divided by 100. Remember, the time has to be in years. So for example, if right here instead of 3 years, they say something like 24 months. For example, if instead of 3 years, they say 24 months, then it means that the T will be equal to 2. But the time has to be in years. Look out for that. The time has to be in years. But they give us 3 years straight. So for this one, we're trying to find the principal. This right here is the R that they gave us. This right here is the T that they gave us. And this right here is the interest that they gave us. So they gave us the rate, they gave us the time, and they gave us the interest. So it is the principal that we want to find, the P. So if I transpose to make P the subject, I'm going to multiply this 100 over here first and get 100I. I'm going to divide by the R and the T, divide under the R and the T. So I'm going to get the RT under here, and that will be equal to the principal. That's what the principal equal if you transpose. I just need to plug the values in this now, work it out. So we're going to get 100 times the interest of 90 divided by the rate is 5. This rate is 5 times the time, and the time was 3. And you just want to cancel this down now and get the answer. Cancel it down. In the exam room, cancel it down a little at a time. So we're going to cancel it down. 3 into this and 3 into that goes 30. And then 5 into this and 5 into this goes 6. And then 6 times 100 is 600. So the answer is 600. You have to do it that way. Do it the way you see it. No problem. Answer is 600. All right, that's it. Cancel it down. Don't build up the numbers. Break them down. Don't multiply them up. Always try to break them down. All right, this one up here. This one says at the end of the year, a car is worth 5% less than what it was worth at the beginning. So mean that it is worth.
Sir?
It is worth. Yes.
For that question, I didn't get how to find the principal again. It's just the formula. I understand how you got the answer, but I'm just saying the formula up there. The I equals PRT. So that's interest equals
principal. Principal is the amount
rate
invested.
times time.
Yes.
Over 100.
Yeah, that's a formula. PRT over 100. A very popular and common formula for simple interest. So once you're doing a question about simple interest, this is the formula that you're going to use. Just remember that the I is the interest, the P is the principal amount. The R is the rate percent, and the rate percent must be per annum. And the important thing here again is that the time has to be in years. The reason why the time has to be in years is because the rate is going to be a per year rate. Per annum means per year. So the time has to be in years. So for example, if they give you 6 months, yeah, the time is going to be 0.5. For 6 months is 0.5. Understand that?
Sir, please repeat.
I'm saying in this formula, the time has to be in years. So if you're doing a question and they give you the time in months, you have to convert it to years. So for example, if they give you 6 months, then the T will be equal to 0.5. If they give you 24 months, then the T will be equal to 2. The time has to be in years. If they give you 3 months, 3 months is a quarter year. So it will be 0.25. The time has to be in years in that formula. And the rate is a rate percent per annum. That is why the time has to be in here. Rate is usually per annum, per year. And if the rate percent is 10%, you just put the 10 right here, 10. Because the percentage is already taken care of by the 100 being on the year. That's what the 100 on the year is for the percentage. So the rate must always be in as a percentage. All right? That is it. And then transpose for what you don't know. That is all. Just transpose this basic formula and make what you don't know the subject. So some question will ask for the time, some question will ask for the rate, some question will ask for the principal, and then if they ask for the interest, you just use it as it is, right? So oftentimes you have to transpose it to make one of these three things the subject. All right? That's how it is. Okay now? All right, I take that as a yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Back to this question. So what they're saying is that the car is worth 5% less than it was worth at the beginning of the year. At the end of each year, car is worth 5% less than it was worth at the beginning of the year. So if it's worth 5% less, it means that it is now 95%. Hello, mom. Hello. What are you doing? So we're not looking. You can't listen. You can't listen, man. Have a look. That's what I do. You need to log into the thing. Huh? I wanted to be looking at it. All right. You can listen what we're doing, or if you listen what we're doing. You know, so you're not serious. And tomorrow exam. All right. So at the end of the year, a car is worth 5% less than it was worth at the beginning of the year. If a car is worth $9,500 in December, then the value in January is what? So we can set it up like an equation, right? It is now worth 95%. That's the easiest way to do it. So the new value is 95% of what it was. You know, so you make me lose the chain of thought. 95 over 100 of the January value. Let's call the January value G. Let's just call it G. The January value, we're gonna call it G. 95% of the January value is what it is worth in December. 9,500. And solving for G. And it becomes very easy because this over here, this 95, cancel with this 95 over here to give me 100. And then the J now, the amount in January, which we call it J, is simply multiply this 100 across here. And so we'll get 100 times 100. Let's leave out the dollar sign, which is 10,000. So the amount it was worth in January is 10,000. That is it. All right. I've seen questions where they give it 10,000 is the value at the beginning of the year, must report the value at the end of the year, 95, which is the easier way to do it. All right. If they give it the value at January. All right. This next one. A television set costs $350. When bought on hire purchase, a deposit of $35 is required plus 12 monthly payments of $30 each. You're going to pay $30 12 times. Plus, you're going to start with a $35 deposit. That's a hire purchase calculation. How much is saved by paying cash? This is the amount paid cash. The hire purchase is going to be more. So to know how much is saved, we need to work out what the hire purchase price is. So the hire purchase price is going to be the deposit of $35 plus they're paying $30 12 times. So it's 12 times $30. That becomes $35. 12 times 30 is 260. 12 times 3 is 36. This is 260. So adding these two now to know the higher purchase price, which becomes 395. 395, yeah. 395. $395. And they only paid $350 cash. So clearly the amount saved is $45. Right, so 350 minus the 395 minus the 350. 395 minus 350. Which is $45 right here. All right, these questions are really nice and easy. Next one. A man's regular pay is $3 per hour up to 40 hours. $3 per hour up to 40 hours. So means him earn his regular pay up to 40 hours is 3 times 40. Overtime is twice the pay, twice the payment rate. So the payment rate is $6. So overtime is payment rate is $3. Overtime is $6. All right. If he is paid $216, how many hours overtime did he work? So what we want to find out is the overtime pay out of that and then divide it by the overtime rate. All right. So watch this now. The regular pay, let's call it reg pay. Regular pay is going to be equal to 40 times $3. That's his regular pay before any overtime, which is $120. So his regular pay is $120, all right? And so he's earning this. Let's write out the overtime rate. So if this is the regular rate and the overtime rate is twice the regular rate, then the overtime rate is $6. So the overtime rate is $6 per hour. $6 per hour. Per overtime hour. What is the overtime? What is the overtime pay? We get overtime pay, we're gonna take this total pay minus the 120. Right. So the overtime pay will be equal to $216 minus $120. What that equal to? What is that equal to? You have not pay attention. What that equal? She may ask. Pay attention. I'll come in and pinch you. $96. It can be 96. 94. That's all? Don't it?
Yes, sir.
94. $94. So this is total overtime pay at this rate. So to get the hours, you have to divide this now by the 6. Huh? No, check it now. 120 plus 94. Oh, you're right. 96. 216. 260 minus 120. You sure? Huh? 96?
Yes, sir. It's 96.
All right, thank you. All right, my general. You're the 100 man now. All right, and then you have to divide by the 6, right? Divide by the 6. So the overtime hours then, the overtime hours is equal to 96 divided by 6. All right. 96 divided by 6. What is work out to? How much? 16. 16, yes.
16.
16 hours, right. That bear me to the guys. I feel like I was getting the cold today. I took some Panadol multi-symptoms and kind of a little bit jaws, right? So let's bear me a little bit. For not so sharp. I have to take some Panadol multi-symptoms.
Sir, 19 was C.
19? No, it's D, because it's $45. 395 minus 350. It's $45. So the answer is D in this one.
And sir, this is May 2013?
No, this is 2020.
Okay.
This is June 2020. This one now. So we'll come to some algebra questions. So with this now, you have to be careful with the negative right here, right? That's what it's all about. Be careful with the negative. So because if we expand this, it's negative 4 times across here. So it becomes 3x. The negative 4 times x is minus 4x. And the negative 4 times the positive 6. That's why a lot of people make the mistake. It becomes negative 24. This works out to be negative x. 3x minus 4x is negative x, negative 24. So that's negative x, negative 24. That's it. All right, next one. So this one now, I want us to find the value of x. Again, we're solving. First thing we can do is divide by the 5. Divide both sides by 5. So if we divide both sides by 5, then this side will become 2x minus 1, and this side will become 7. If we divide both sides by 5. Transpose the 1, we get 2x equals 8, and then divide under the 2, we get x equals 4 if we divide that by the 2. So this is the answer, x equals 4. All right, next one. We have this inequality, and I want to simplify it down and make x the subject inside there, in that range. This I want to get rid of this 2. I think we did one of this yesterday as well, and I'll show you when you have to, if you have to divide by a negative, you have to reverse the inequality sign, right? I'm gonna do that today again. We did it yesterday. So here we're gonna divide 2 by 2. But because we're dividing with a positive number, there's no need to reverse the inequality sign. So divide all sides by 2. So this 4 divided by 2 is gonna become a 2. Less than, the sign remains less than. This 2x divided by 2 is gonna become x. This sign remains less than or equal to. And this 6 divided by 2 becomes 3. So that is the answer, which is A. Mute your mic, please. Mute your mic. Mute your mic, please. This one is again an observation question. It's clear that this is the answer because 2 times the first value plus the second value equals 12. And you cannot literally just test them, right? Test this as a formula. Test them. So if you test them, this is gonna be the answer. Let's show you what test them. So you try the 3, 6 first. 3, 6 in this formula. So it will become 2 times 3. And let me write it down. 3 star 6. If this is the formula for star for the relationship, then 3 star 6 will be equal to 2 times the first value, which the first value will be that. The 3, 2 times 3, plus the second value. The second value is a 6, plus 6. And that works out to be the 12 that we are seeing here. So this is true. And if you try it on the second pair, which is 2 star 5, then this relationship for star will be 2 times the first value, which is 2, plus the second value, which is the 5. This will be equal to 9 as it is up here, 9. And so that is why that one is correct, because it satisfies the expression. All right, next one. This one gives us these two numbers. And they say the sum of the two numbers is -1 and the product is -6. Again, it's an observation question. Right? The two numbers that multiply to give me 6. First two numbers I'm going to think about is 2 and 3. 2 and 3. One of them must be negative. One must be negative. Why one must be negative? Because the product is -1. Then the sum of them, the product is negative, sorry. Then the sum of the two numbers is -1. Right? Sum of the two numbers is -1. So since the sum of the two numbers is -1, you have to make the larger one negative. So you make this one negative. And then you ask it to work this out. So it means that p cubed plus q cubed would then be equal to 2 cubed. This is the p. And then the -3 cubed minus 3 cubed. So this would work out to be 8. And then we cube a negative number, it stays negative. So this will be -27, because 3 cubed is 27. So that will work out to be -19. That is the answer. -19. We're supposed to give about the same question, right? A similar question, but instead of writing like this, which they can do. Suppose them change one of the values and say, okay, P plus Q equals -5. And PQ equals -6. So we'll give it this instead. So we'll give it this instead. Let's change the color. Let's change the color to red. So we'll give it this. No, it didn't change. Come, somebody tell me.
1 and -6.
1 and -6. Beautiful. Right? We don't know what's coming at the examiners. So you have to prepare. 1 and -6. You still want factors of 6. That's the first thing you want, factors of 6. So factors of 6 is not only 2 and 3. In this case, you'd have to use 1 and 6. And because the larger one, because the sum is negative, you have to make the larger one negative. Right? So then this time now, the PQ plus Q cubed will be equal to 1 cube and -6 cube. 6 cube is how much? 216 on. So this should be 1 minus 216, which should be -215. All right, so you could get them changing it and giving you something like that, for example. All right, and I might give you 12. I'll put up this 12, and so you have 3 and 4. So instead of 6 right here, for example, I gave you 12 right here. They'll be working with 3 and 4. 3 and 4. And make the larger one negative again, right? So they can always change that value. So the product of the numbers where the sum is that. That's how you're going to look at it. And factors of this where the sum is that. That's what they're looking for. Factors of the 6 where the sum is this. Anyway, let's continue. Then we'll come to one which made to see this one. Another question that we did yesterday. I guess all the questions we're going to do today, we did them either yesterday or the day before. All right. This one says the distance L that an elastic string is stretched by hanging an object of mass M varies directly. So the direct variation. All right. So if you double the mass, you double the length. If you triple the mass, you triple the length. We're going to keep it simple. All right. It says a mass of 5 kilograms will cause the string to stretch 31. So a mass of 5 kilograms will cause the mass to stretch 31 centimeters. I remember doing this question. Now I want to know what 29 will do. In the exam, you have a calculator, you want to do this the easiest way possible. Closest number to 30, 29, that's a multiple of 5, is 30. All right? So I'm going to see what 30 will give me. Must give me a value close to what this would give me, but less. And then I look at the answers and see which one close, which one close the matches it. So I'm going to see what 30 would give me. So I multiply this by 6. I multiply that by 6. This becomes 30. Multiply this by 6. I get 180 something because 6 3s are 18. 180 and oh, sorry, 186, right? 186. And this is centimeters. So I want a value that is less than this because 29 must give me a value less than this. So it has to be this is the answer now. I'm close. That must be the answer. Close and less than it. That must be the answer. Not everything has to be worked out. That's the answers are there on the paper. That's very smart. All right, we have 5 years up, and this is 29, almost 30. So to get a direct relationship, if it was 30, we'd know that we just need to multiply by 6. So all you have to do, see what 6 would give you, what 30 kilograms would give you by multiplying by 6, and look for the answer that is less, but very close. It has to be this one. This must be the answer. Must. All right, you have to work it out fully. All right, let's continue.
Excuse me, sir, can I please go over 26?
Huh?
Can you please go over 26?
Spell it again.
Yes.
All right, let me do it the right way then. Another way. I'm gonna say that the other way is more complicated. Well, not really more complicated, but
So you don't have to you can just do it the way that
explain it the same way again.
Yes.
All right, let me explain the same way again. So it's a direct variation. Let's think of it. So it's like you have a string, right? An elastic string, and you put a mass on it to stretch it. They follow a direct variation. What does that mean? It means that as you increase the mass, the string is going to stretch more, right? So what they said is that a mass of 5 kilograms causes it to stretch 31. So it means that 10 kilograms are going to cause it to stretch 60 to 62. And 15 kilograms will cause it to stretch to 93. Multiply by 3, right? 3 times. So here 5 kilograms cause a stretch of 31. It's a direct variation. We're keeping it simple. We're in the exam room, we don't want to complicate it. So it means that 10 kilograms. I'm not sure what the direct variation means. It means that 10 kilograms go and double the length and stretch it to 62. And 15 kilograms, you want to multiply this by 3 now. If you multiply this by 3, you multiply this by 3 as well. So 15 kilograms would stretch it to 93. And so on. This is just for you to understand what the direct variation means. Understand that so far? It's a direct relationship.
Sorry,
The load is the longer it's stretched by the same proportion that they give you originally. Because it's a direct variation. And they're asking us, what length would a mass of 29 kilograms stretch it? What length would a mass of 29 kilograms stretch it? Now I'm saying I'm in the exam room, I can't use my calculator, I don't want to work with 29. I want to do the easiest way possible. A nice multiple of 5. A nice multiple of this 5 is 30. 30 is close to 29, you know. So if I see what 30 would stretch it to, then I know that the answers are a little bit less than what 30 would do, the mass of 30 would do. Right? Because these answers are wide enough. Remember, the answers on the paper, you cannot forget that, you know, the answer is right there in front of you. You don't have to work out everything exact. It's not a paper tool where you're showing working and working out everything exact. All right? Because the process of elimination. Process of elimination is always good. All right, so because we know it's follow a direct variation, let me take off these now. I know that 5 kilograms stretches the elastic by this amount. I say, okay, I really want to find this, you know. I really want to find that, you know, but I don't want to get into the complication of multiplying by 29 and all these things. So I can use an estimation method. See what 30 would do. Multiply this by 6. If I multiply this relationship by 6, the kilogram will become 30. Which is the closest value now to the 29. The mass will become 30. So 30 kilograms is going to stretch it now, and you're going to multiply this by 6 as well. 6 times the 30 is 180, and 6 times 1 is 6. 180 and 6 is 186 centimeters. So multiply this by 6, that's what they're going to get. 186. So looking for the answer that is less than this. Why less? Because remember, it's really 29 more want to know. It's really 29 more want to know. I really want to know what 29 would do. Teacher, I'm taking this off. 29 is really 29 kilometers more. What 29 kilograms I mean would do. So if 30 did this amount, then 29 is going to do less than that. But just by a little bit. Not so much, just by a little bit. Right? Just by a little bit. I can look at it another way. Look at it another way. I'll show you another way. If 5 kilograms to 30, the 1 kilogram to about 6, you know, almost 6, a little bit more than 6. I'm going to divide this by 5 and this by 5. We're going to say that 1 kilogram to about 6. Let's shift it down this and show it. Yeah. Go the other way. Watch this. Since 5 kilograms to 31, if we divide this by 5, then 1 kilogram would give me 31 over 5. 31 over 5 is a little bit more than 6, you know. 6 remain the 1 6 remainder 1 enough. So this will be approximately 6 centimeters, approximately 6. That's what 1 kilogram would do. So if 30 give me this amount, then it means that the 29 is going to give me about 6 less than this. Something near 180, don't it? Which is this. So that is the answer. The answers are on the paper. Just doing this one this way to let you know not everything has to be worked out precisely. Not everything has to be worked out precisely. All right, you can also estimate. But you cannot use a calculator. Sometimes you have to estimate stuff. All right, you don't have to work out everything precisely. All right, next question. So this one now, we're multiplying this matrix by 3. That's what 3a means. If this is a, multiply by 3, means that you multiply each of these values by 3. That's what it means. You multiply each of these values in here by 3. And so it's going to become equal to this times 3 first is 3. This times 3 is 9. This times 3 is negative 9. This times 3 is 9 again. 0 times 3 is 0. And 3 times 0 is 0. And then 3 times the 5 is 15. So the answer is this one. Whichever one matches that. First one matches that. So the answer is 8. All right. Next one. Number 28. All right. So this one gives us that matrix and it's asking us for the determinant of the matrix. Determinant is the leading diagonal product or the first diagonal product, that product, minus that product. That's how we calculate the determinant. The product of the element on the first diagonal, this is called the first diagonal. It's also called the main diagonal or the leading diagonal or the primary diagonal. Any word that means first is referring to this diagonal. Any word that means second is referring to this diagonal. Different teachers call it different things. Different books call it different things. Some just say first and second, some say main, some say leading, some say primary. All these words I use. All of them mean the same thing. So the determinant of P, which is also that's a symbol for it, is equal to this diagonal product, which is 8 times 5. Let's write it out. Minus this diagonal product, which is 7 times 6. Or 6 times 7, doesn't matter. 7 times 6, 6 times 7, same thing. This equals 40, 8 5 is 40, minus 7 6 is 42. 40 minus 42 is negative 2, so the determinant is negative 2. What kind of matrix is this one? Singular or non-singular? Since the determinant is negative 2, what kind of matrix is P? It is non-singular, because the determinant is not 0. If the determinant was 0, it would be a singular matrix, meaning you can find an inverse for it. The inverse of P exists. All right. Next question. Right here. So this one says it gives us P and it gives us this Q. And here we just want to subtract it. This one minus this one. Easy. We just subtract the corresponding values. So if I subtract them, if I do P minus Q, then it is 3 minus a negative 2, right? Let me set them out. So it's 3 7 minus negative 2 5. You have to be careful with the negative signs now. All right, so this becomes equal to this minus becomes a plus. It becomes 3 plus 2, which is 5. And then 7 minus 5. 7 minus 5 is 2. So the answer is that 5 2, which is right here. Easy question. That's like a giveaway. Next one. Next one they give us this vector diagram. It says item 30 refers to the following diagram of a triangle in which L is the midpoint. So this is the midpoint of this line, right? That's a halfway mark. Right? And it says PR, midpoint of PR, and QP is A. So this vector is A going this way. So the arrow clearly going this way, to the left. And QR is B going this way. So basically, the Q is almost like your origin. The vectors are streaming out from Q. They want us to calculate PL. PL is just right here. But PL is really half of PR. That's what PL is, half of PR. And we can't find PR because to go from P to R, let's write it out. Let's write it out first. We have a lot of space. First, we want to say that the PL that we want is really half of PR. What is PR? How do you go from P to R? Simple. Look at the diagram. We go from P to R and want to go along these vector directions that we know. You come from P to Q first across here, this way. So note now you're going in the opposite direction to the A, and then they'll go up that way. So we can write it up here. P to R will be equal to, this will be negative A because you're going in the opposite direction to A. This will be negative A. And then you would add the B. You're going in the same direction as B, so you would add the B. So negative A plus B, I will flip it around, it becomes B minus A. So this is B minus A, the PR. So this, therefore, this answer down here is half of B minus A. So that's what they're looking for. Half of B minus A. See it here? B minus A over 2. That is the answer. Nice and easy.
Can I repeat that?
Yes?
Sir, can you repeat how you got B minus A? I thought it would be A.
Thought it was what?
I thought it would have been A plus B. Why is it B minus A?
Because if you look at the diagram carefully, let's zoom it up. I'm going to take this off. You cannot ignore the direction of the vectors. The direction of A is this way. This way. That's the direction of A. So once you're going in that direction, you're going in the opposite direction to A, and so you have to put minus A. This is then minus A. The inverse in vectors of a direction is used with the minus. The minus is used to indicate opposite direction in vectors. Understand that?
Yes, sir.
And then we went up this way now. So we came from P to Q going over here first. I went in the opposite direction to A. So it means that we're going negative A. And then when we got to Q, we went up here, which is the same direction as the B that we have here. So therefore, that's why this one is B. And so we go minus A and then B. See? Minus A and then B. The plus in vectors means and then. The plus in vectors it means and then. And then. And then. So what we're saying is that we go from P to Q, P to R, sorry. You go P to Q, and then you go Q to R. Just so happens that the P to Q is minus A. That's minus A right there. And the Q to R is the B, and that's the B right there. And that's it. All right, that answers it?
Okay, sir.
All right, cool. Opposite direction in vectors, you introduce the negative. Opposite direction in vectors.
Sure, so because you're basically taking from the A, though the A comes first with the B, because regardless you're still gonna take away, right?
No, all I did is write this another way. Just reverse it. Let's write them. This is just like for aesthetics. It's the same thing. Right? It's like it's like if we have minus 3 plus 5. It's really the same as 5 minus 3, don't it? Again?
So repeat.
I'm saying it's like I have minus 3 plus 5 is the same as 5 minus 3, the same thing. So this and this is the same thing.
Yes, sir. That's what I was saying.
Okay. And the reason I've flipped them around is because the answers, or they have the answers. See there, the answer of the B in front, that one. All right, it's just aesthetics really. Just aesthetics. It's just how it appears, how it looks. That's what it's for. That is the answer. B minus A over 2. All right, let's continue. Hello? Hello? Yes? Go on YouTube. Go on YouTube. Join on YouTube. All right, let me send the link still. I don't know why it's not working. The link working for you guys? And are you log on to the link?
Manually.
Yes.
A lot of people here, so a lot of people in the class, and I don't know. Let me send it to you. Let me send it to you. And somebody just tell me that I don't want the link. Hold on. Just give me a second.
We typed in the ID and the passcode like individual.
Have a type it in individually?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Or the link not working? The link work for you?
Sir, it worked for me.
Yeah, somebody said to put them there. Anyway, let me send this person the link. Just send this person. Give me a second, guys. Some students say can just type in the but the passcode again. Tell me the passcode. Somebody also can tell me the passcode. What's the passcode?
For the Zoom, sir,
Huh?
it's 97955.
Let me look.
97957.
You're not coming across something. Hold on. Just 792 020 5368. That's the link. So I need. All right. Somebody wanted to join and have another look at that problem. So. All right. Let's get back. All right, guys. Don't come to this easy question. Easy question. It wants us to write this in millimeters. That is in millimeters, and I want it in meters. This is divided by 1,000, right? Go from millimeters to meters, they divide by 1,000. Go from meters to millimeters, they multiply by 1,000. All right? So divides by 1,000. So you move the decimal point 3 places to the left. Let me write it out here. So basically, this is equal to 3800 over 1,000 meters, which becomes 3.8 meters. Divide by 1,000, right? So that says right here. Divide by 1,000. The volume of a cube of edge 10 centimeters is 10 times 10 times 10, right? 10 times 10 times 10. 10 times 10 times 10. It's a cube, which is equal to 1,000 cm cube. That's his answer right here. 3 marks question those. Next one. The distance around the edge of a circle upon is 88 meters. The distance around anything is 2 pi r. What is the radius in meters? It means that 2 pi r, which is the distance around because it is circular, is equal to 88. Question is asking us for the radius for this. Divide away the 2 pi. So it means that the radius is 88 divided by 2 pi. Could have put 44 over pi, but I have the answers in terms of 88. So this is it. Could have also been 44 over pi. All right? So maybe in another paper, they might put 44 over pi instead of 88 over 2 pi. That could have been 44 over pi. Next question. This one gives us a cylinder and also gives us the radius. Check that and it gives us the height. What is the volume? The volume of a cylinder, let me see if it's on the formula sheet. On the formula sheet on this. Let me see. Let's see the formula sheet. See the formula sheet here. The volume of a cylinder is this. If you don't remember, that is it. It's on the formula sheet. Pi r squared h. Everybody must know that one, right? Everybody must know that one.
No.
All right. So the volume is pi r squared h. The volume of a cylinder is pi r squared h. This, the r is 3 and the h is 8. Look carefully. Sometimes what they do in some questions, they will give you the diameter and put 6, for example. Sometimes I do that. I give a diameter and I put 6. But if I give it the diameter, write the radius still, because the formula that we use is always with the radius. So if I give it the diameter, just work out what the radius is by dividing by 2. Half the diameter is the radius. So here we're just dropping in the values. It becomes pi times 3 squared, and the height is 8. This is 9. Why would I write each? I need to write 8. The height is 8. That's 9 times 8. You have to leave it in terms of pi, guys, because you cannot use a calculator. So you must leave it in terms of pi. That becomes 72 pi centimeters cubed. This one. That is it. All right, moving along. This one gives us this paper, this question. It's a it's a sector of a circle, and the sector angle you see there is 60 degrees. Remember, the length of the arc right here is a fraction of the circumference, and the area of the sector is a fraction of the area of the circle. All right, it's a fraction. What fraction? This sector angle over 360. Sector angle over 360. Question says the length of the minor arc is this one, is 8. So they're telling us that this is 8. So essentially, and they're asking us for the circumference. All right, so let's set it up. So remember now that the arc is a fraction of the circumference. Let's write it out. The arc is just equal to a fraction. What fraction is it? 60 over 360 times the circumference. We don't have to write out the formula for the circumference now, because they're asking us for the circumference. C is for circumference. And they tell us that the arc is 8. See there, this is 8. So it means that 8 is equal to this 60 over 360 become 1 over 6. 60 is 1/6 of 360. So it becomes 1 over 6 times C. So if you want to find the C, we just multiply by the 6 up here. 68 is 48. So the C equals 48. Circumference is 48 centimeters right here. All right, that is it. 48. Next question. This one. It says a man leaves his home at 22:15 hours. This is 15 minutes past 10 really. And reaches destination 04 hours the following day. So it means that he goes up to midnight. And it's in the same time zone, so there's no need to change the time adjust for time zone change. And it says how many hours did he journey? All right, how did the journey take? So let's break it down. So we'll start at 22:15. Let's carry to the next whole number hour, which is 23. So if we go to 23 hours, it means that we're going for us 45 minutes. 45 minutes we're going so far. And 45 minutes is 3/4 of an hour. And then another hour is going to take us to midnight. 24 hours is midnight. That's 1 additional hour right there. That's 1 hour. And then you go to 0400, which is 4 o'clock the next day. So you go down to 0400 hours. That's an additional 4 hours. So the total time is 4 hours and 3/4 of an hour. The 45 minutes right here is 3/4 of an hour. This 45 is same as 3/4 of an hour. So it's 5 3/4. 5 3/4. So the answer is this one. I'm just showing some work. I don't need so much work for this, and it's pretty obvious, right? But just showing some work.
So can you please go with that question?
Go over it again.
Yes, sir.
All right. So if I understand time, right? If I understand time, let me start back here. So do you realize that this is 15 minutes before 23 hours? This is 45 minutes before 23 hours. 22:15, you need 45 minutes to reach 23 hours, which is 11 o'clock at night. Understand that?
Yes, sir.
I'm adding up the time until I can reach 4 o'clock the next day. So I'm saying, okay, let's see how much time I need to reach 23 hours. 45 minutes, 23 hours. So the time that passed so far is 45 minutes. 45 minutes. But 45 minutes is really 3/4 of an hour. Because the question asks how many hours, see? So we need to work out everything in hours. It's 3/4 of an hour, this. 3/4. So far I've gone 3/4 hour. From 23 hours, which is 11 o'clock at night, to 24 hours, which is midnight, that's an additional 1 hour that they journey. 1 hour more. 1 hour. So far they're gone 1 hour 45 minutes. But they go to 4 o'clock the next day. So after 24 hours, which is really midnight, the following day now you start from 0 again. So you go to 4 hours in the next day. So you're gonna add now 4 hours to reach 0, 4 hours the next day. So you're adding 4 more hours to that. 4 more hours. So you're adding up these times, adding up these hours. So it's 1 and 4 means 5 hours. And then this 45 minutes is really 3/4. So they all add up to 5 and 3/4 hours. That's it. Better?
Yes, sir.
All right. The answer right here is this one. All right, good. Number 37. Question says, item 37 refers to the following diagram which shows a square A and a rectangle B. Let's give the dimensions on them, right? So the square is 12 by 12, and the rectangle is 9 by 16. Which of the following statement is true about the perimeter? Not about the area, no, about the perimeter. The perimeter is the distance around it. So basically, it's a matter of, since we have the dimension, we can see what the perimeter is. So this and this already will be 24. These two parts will be 24. So the perimeter of the A is 2 times 24, which is 48. 48 meters. If we got this one, this side plus this side is 25. So this side and this side is 25 twin. So these two add up to 25. And so for this one, the perimeter of B is going to be 2 times 25, which is equal to 50 meters. So the perimeter of B is longer or is more than the perimeter of A. All right? Or the perimeter of A is less than the perimeter of B. So looking for that one. A is less than B. So the answer is this one right there. A is less than B. So the perimeter, A is less than B. That's it. A is less than B. That's all right? Okay now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I'm of the same area doing. This is a 144 area. This is a 144 area, right? Meters squared. So they actually have the same area but different perimeter. All right. Next question. So this question again, similar question to this set all the time. It gives a triangle and a square, right? It's a triangle resting on a square. All right, and it gives us the height of the triangle. And since this is a square, all the sides equal 5 centimeters. So we can put those on. So it means that under here is 5 centimeters, over here is 5 centimeters, and this length across the base of the triangle becomes 5 centimeters as well. All right. The question says, the height of the triangle is 4. What is the total area? Total area is the area of the square plus the area of the triangle. Area of the square, let's put S for square, plus area of the triangle. Area of square plus area of triangle. Area of a square is clearly 5 times 5, right? Plus, the area of triangle is half base times height. The base is 5, so it's half 5 times the height is 4. Half base times height. That works out to 35. And this is 5 times 5, which is 25. Plus, this is 20. Half of 20 is 10. So this works out to be 35 centimeters squared. So the answer is E right here. Easy question. I tell you, I'm feeling drowsy. I'm feeling drowsy. I took some Panadol. Multi symptoms. Feeling really very drowsy. But we're doing this. We're doing this. I'm not feeling more than I'm gonna do this. I really feel like a bit drowsy. But we're doing this. We're doing this. We're gonna do no less than 2 papers today. So we finish 2 papers and we have time. We'll just do a third one. Because more maths equals better maths. Once we get out of here by 8 o'clock, I'm gonna go and sleep. All right. Next question. Lazy, you know. Let me tell you something. If you treat your education like a secondary thing, you will get secondary results. All right, let's go. Item number 30, 39 and 30, 39 and 40 refer to the following histogram, which show the number of children aged 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 who took part in a survey. All right. So these are the ages down here. Those are your scores. This is really a frequency up here, the number of children. So for example, 3 children at the age of 4 years. 4 children at the age of 5 years. Up here, so 5 children at the age of 7 years down here. I have to read the information carefully. You know. So up here, you're getting the count of the children up here. And these are the ages of the children. All right. What is the modal age? The modal age is the one that occurs most frequently, that most persons had, corresponding to this one, this bar, tallest bar. So the modal age is 7. Answer is 7, modal age. This represents the modal age, the mode. Corresponds to the tallest bar because 5 children at that age. No other age had more than 5 children at that age. Simple as that. All right. How many children took part in the survey? So if you add up the children, you have to add them up. All right? You have to add them up. So let me leave the arrow there, but you have to add up the children now. Add them up. All right? So let's add them up. So the age of 4, there were 3 children that are the age of 4. 3 children right here. Age of 5, there were 4 children. Age of 6, 2 children. See there? 2 corresponding to 2. Age of 7, we just said it a while ago. 5 children up here. Age of 8, only 1 child was 8 years old. 1 child. So that's it. That when you add up those, you get the total number of children. So that is 3 and 4 is 7. 7 and 2 is 9. 9 and 1 is 10. 10 and 5 is 15. So that add up to 15. So if you write them up down here, it's going to be 3 plus 4 plus 2 plus 5 plus 1. They add up to 15. So 15 children were in the survey. All right, let's move on. So basically on some statistics now, guys. Miss Clark arranged 15 test scores of her students in order of size. Means that she put them in ascending order or she put them in descending order of size. And selected the 8th score. So if it's 15 students, the 8th one must be the one in the middle. So she line them out in ascending order, all 15 of them. And she divided half and half, 7 over here and 7 over here. And then the 8th one is in the middle. The 8th one is right in the middle. So the 8th one is the median. The median, the one in the middle of the distribution is the median. After you arrange them. That's only because you put them in order of size. You know? That's why the 8th one is the median. because she put them in order of size. All right, the eighth one. Next one. The pie chart below showing how many students use 12 hours. So 12 is the total number of hours used. What the pie chart is used to do, pie chart is used to show how you break up a fixed number of items or time, or you break up a fixed quantity into parts. That's what the pie chart is used to do. All right, so it's all the students use 12 hours, or a student use 12 hours to study English, math, French, and geography. The amount of time spent studying math, and they say it is drawn to scale. Drawn to scale means that you can look at the diagram, I can put a protractor on it and stuff like that. You're not going to have a protractor still. When you look at it and this angle looks like a 90, the math sector looks like 90 degrees right here. So because it is drawn to scale, if it looks like 90, then you can take it as 90, or it's approximately 90. That's why I put the word approximately right here. And that might not be exactly 90, but because the diagram is drawn to scale, it approximately looks like a 90-degree angle. And 90 degree of a circle is a quarter of a circle. So basically, it represents a quarter of the students. A quarter of the time, sorry, a quarter of the time. It shows the time, it's breakdown of the time. So it is a quarter of the time, which is equal to 3 hours. Right here. So I'm saying that this represents a quarter of the circle, this 1/4 of the circle. 1/4 of the pie chart. That's what I put the quarter down here. Quarter of the total time. That is it. Nice and easy. When we finish this question, we'll take a 10-minute break and start another one. 10 too long, don't it? No, man, I'm not taking more than 10 minutes. I'm not serious. Because I don't know, so when I get to 60 already, plenty of people will get 60 and 58. I've helped other people and then get 62. Ready? If the mean of 4 numbers, 4, 8, x, and 12 is 10, then what is x? So basically, remember, the mean is the sum of the numbers divided by the number of numbers, right? So you can set up like an equation and solve for the unknown. So the mean of the 4 numbers would have been 4 plus 8 plus x plus 12 divided by the 4 numbers, and I said that the mean is 10. So you set it up like how you would normally find the mean. And they're solving for the x right here. Solving for the x. So we're going to multiply the 40, the 4 across, and get 40. And then adding up these up here, right? So what does this add up to? Well, the 8 and the 12 is 20, and the 4 makes 24. So up here becomes 24 plus x. So know that 24 plus x becomes equal to 4 times 10 over here is 40. I'm going to subtract the 24. So the x therefore is 40 minus 24, which is a 16 right here. So 16. Easy question. So it's just set up like an equation, or you would find the normal equal, or you find the mean normally. Or set up how you find the mean normally and then solve for the unknown. Next one. It says item 44 refers to the following table, which shows the results of a survey of 100 persons from 2 major ethnic groups, P and R. 2 major ethnic groups are P and R right here. All right. It says respondents were interviewed about their attitude towards maths. You can't ask me that. Don't. No, Miller said, don't it? Anyway, it says a respondent is selected at random. You see, because it's a respondent and they didn't specify any of the ethnic groups, it means that this question is coming out of the total, guys. Coming out of the total, right? Out of all 100 persons. It's coming out of the total. As I said, a respondent was selected. All right? So it's out of everybody. What is the probability that he has a positive attitude? I don't like the fact that it was he. Oh, well, they didn't say male or female. So the he is taken to mean male or female. But there are questions that will break it down to male and female as well. But anyway, what's the probability that he has a positive attitude? So it's 37 that had a positive attitude out of the 100. So this simply becomes 37 out of 100, which works out to 0.37. So this is the answer, 0.37. Nice and easy. All right, that is that, 37. Next question. All right, we spent some time on this yesterday explaining why it is not a function and all of that. If we were not in the class yesterday, you can go and have a look at the video from yesterday on the channel. All right, we spent a long time yesterday explaining which one is not a function. It says, which of the following diagrams best illustrate a function? So it means that only one of them is a function. So for it to be a function, your focus is on the domain. And what it is that each element in the domain must map, must have a mapping coming off it. And it must only have one mapping coming off it. One arrow alone must come off each element in the domain. You cannot have any free element in the domain that is not mapping. If you have a free element in the domain that is not mapping, you don't have a function. If any of the elements in the domain have more than one arrow coming off it, then it is not a function. Each element in the domain must map only one time. And all of them in the domain must map. Anything that violates that is not a function. You don't care about what is happening over in the codomain. You don't busy about the codomain when it comes to determining if it's a function or not. The codomain is really only to tell you what kind of function you will have. And that is left for mathematics at a higher level. Add maths and pyramids. All right, so let's use a process of elimination. I'm going to mark the ones that cause them not to be functions. And I'll say what it is. So we'll look at the first one here. There are two elements here causing it. Remember, your focus is on the domain. That's the first thing. Your focus is on the domain. It is a domain that you use to decide a function on, right? Look at what is happening in the domain. You don't care about what is happening in the codomain or the range. All right. So this element has two arrows coming off it. You can't have that. This one good enough. You only have one arrow coming off it. But this element right just now cause it to fail as a function because it has two arrows coming off it. It's mapping twice. You cannot have one to many and still have a function. The mapping has to be 1 to 1 or many to 1. So each element can only have one arrow coming off it. This one also fails it because it does not map at all. You cannot have an element in the domain that is not mapping. If you have an element in the domain that is not mapping, that has no pairing with it, you don't have a function. So those are the two that cause the first one not to be a function. Let's look at the second one. These two good, because they only have one arrow coming off them and both mapping. But this one causes it to fail. This one causes it to fail as a function. So the relation is no longer a function because that one has two arrows coming off it. It maps into two different elements. No, that's a one-to-many relation. One-to-many is not a function. It is a relation, but it's not a function. All right? This third one here. All three elements here so fail it. This one fail it because I don't have any mapping. This one fail it because it mapping too many times, it mapping 3 times. Can't map more than once if you're gonna have a function. And this one also fails it. So those 3 elements, those 3 values in that domain would fail it. The last one is the only one that everything is good. This one has one arrow alone coming off it. Good. This one has one arrow alone coming off it. Good. This one has one arrow alone coming off it. Good. And there are no free values in the domain. That is why this last one is a function. That's all you have to look for, guys, to know what a function or not. We never mapping diagram. Simple as that. Okay. But understand that?
Yes, sir.
Online, very good. All right. Beautiful.
Yes, sir.
Beautiful. Next question. Refers to the following graph of a straight line. The straight line cuts the y-axis. Cuts the y-axis. Instead of the word y-axis, they could have used x equals 0. Instead of saying y-axis, they could say another question, and instead of y-axis, they could have said x equals 0. Why? Because x equals 0 is the y-axis. X equals 0 is the equation of the y-axis. The equation of the y-axis is x equals 0. I like to specify these things because I ask questions about that all the time. And the equation of the x-axis is y equals 0. The x-axis equation is y equals 0. So if a question says the line y equals 0, they're talking about the x-axis. The line y equals 0 is the x-axis. But anyway, this is talking about this point. Straight line AB cuts the y-axis, talking about this point. That's where it cuts the y-axis, at the point A. What are the coordinates there? See, the x value is 0 there now. Any point on the x-axis, though, the x value is 0, and the y value is at -2. So 0, -2. 0, -2 is at point A on the y-axis right here. That is the answer. 0, -2. Next question. This one gives us a line, and it's asking us for the gradient. When you get the graph and you can count the rise and the run and so on, you don't have to calculate the gradient. Plenty of people who want to put down the coordinates of the point and calculate the gradient. No, you don't need to do that. You just need to count the rise over the run from one point on the line to the next. Set it up in a way that you're going from left to right along the line. So if I focus on this, I zoom upon it, and I want to go from left to right, I'm going to count the rise and count the run. So it's as if I'm trying to go from A to B, left to right. But I'm going to count the rise and count the run. Check out the units on the y-axis first. It is 1 box to 1 unit. On the x-axis is also 1 box to 1 unit. How much would I have to rise to go from A to B? Let's put that one in purple. Count the rise and count the run to get the gradient when you have a graph. Simple. I'd have to rise this way. I have to go up this way. Rise. How much I rise? By 2 boxes. That's 2 units. From 1 to 3, I rise by 2. And it's a positive 2 because I'm going up. It's a positive 2. Then after I get to here, I have to go across, meaning I run. How many units? 1, 2, 3, 4. I run across 4 boxes. Or I can say from 2 to 6, I have to run 4 units to the right. So my run is positive 4. So my rise is 2 and my run is 4. So therefore, remember now, gradient is rise over run. So the gradient that I want is the rise over the run between any 2 points on the graph. I'm using A and B. The rise is positive 2 and the run is 4. This works down. If you divide it down, it becomes a half. And that is it. Gradient is a half. All right, a quarter. I'm saying a half, but I wrote a quarter. Gradient is a half, which is this one. All right, that is it. Now, suppose they give us another line, but this time the line was sloping down. Now we could just do it for good measure, right? Suppose they gave us a line sloping down this time. How would you approach it? So suppose they gave you this line. Let me just draw one and show you. Suppose they gave us a line like right here. Suppose they wanted the gradient of that purple line on the graph. The approach is the same. Take it as if you're going from left to right on the line. It's going down. So it means that the gradient is negative, but it's sloping down, left to right. So if I'm going from left to right, this way, means that I want to count from this point to this point. I want to count my rise and my run. Let's do it in blue. I was doing that line. Starting here, I have to go down because I'm trying to approach that. So I would go down 2 units this way, down 2 units. When you go down, the rise is negative. That's a -2. Then I would have to run to the right 4 units. That would be a +4. So the gradient of that purple line, let me draw, put the arrow on it. The gradient of this purple line, put it in purple. The gradient of this purple line, let's call it gradient M. Again, it is rise over run. But this time my rise is -2. Over the run is +4. So it would be -1/2. That purple line would have a gradient of -1/2. So I'm just doing this example just in case you get a negative gradient line. Just always set it up so you're going from left to right along the line. Left to right. Go from a point on the left to a point on the right. go for a point from the left to a point on the right. Go from left to right. And if your rise is up, that's a positive rise. If your rise is down, that's a negative rise. And if you go from left to right, as I told you, your run will always be positive if you go from left to right. And that will keep it simple for you. Go from a point on the left to a point on the right. All right, enough of that. Next question. I'm going to finish this paper in the next 12 questions. And they get easier as we come to the end.
Sir,
Yes?
which paper is this?
Which paper is this? This paper is right here, 2020.
Sir,
Yes?
sir, but there's a theory that because they put the paper one so far in June that it will be very hard. Do you think so?
They're all gonna be the same. You're gonna see most of these questions repeated. It's not gonna be hard. It's gonna be very easy. Just the same. You think CSEC has set back a different paper? No. CSEC gonna save all the money that they can. CSEC not printing any new paper. Don't worry yourself, man. I get the same paper that they originally planned to give. CSEC not gonna do anything that is gonna cost them $1. So printing a new paper, resitting the exam, and all these things will cost them money. They are not gonna do anything at all that will cost them $1. So the original multiple choice paper that they set is just that same paper that they're gonna get to do. You see, in 2020, when they decided to do the multiple choice only, let me show you what I'm. This is one of the papers. So the original date of the exam was here, May 13th. But because of COVID, the exam was actually held and delayed until July 27th. But it's the same paper that they gave on July 27th. They're not going to print a new paper and put a new date on it. Because that will cost money to do. Trust me, CSEC not going to do anything that will cost money. And that's why they're not resitting the paper too, even though I think it is fair for them to resit this paper too in some regions. Since the paper was leaked in Jamaica, maybe what should really happen is that everybody in Jamaica alone should resit the paper, do a new paper, and then all other regions should not have to do a new paper. But so be it. CSEC is not going to do anything that will cost them. So the easy way out is to scrap it all together and just use the multiple choice alone. For me, it is unreasonable. For me personally, it's unreasonable.
They're going to be marking on a curve?
I believe they will mark on a curve. The reason I say that is because in 2020, when it was multiple choice only, when we looked at the paper, it was all repeat questions just the same in 2020. It is 2020 paper you're looking at. This is actually the COVID paper. And if you look at previous years to this, you'll see a lot of questions repeated just the same. But what happened is that a lot of persons still failed, even though it was a multiple choice only. So that is because I believe the mark is on a curve. But even if they don't mark it on a curve, what you need to do is assume that they'll mark it on a curve and go and make sure that they don't get less than 58. That's all you need to do, get 58 or above. That's all you need to do. Yes?
What do you think the mark scheme going to be between the SBA and the paper one?
The mark scheme, I don't know how they'll do it, you know. I can't say how they'll break it out. All they have said is that they'll use the SBA and the paper one, but they have not indicated how they will separate the grade. They have not given any indication of that, so I can't say. And then also remember that there are a lot of persons who don't do SBA. A lot of persons doing the exam. A good percentage of persons doing the exam don't do SBA. They're doing the paper 3, which carries the same 20% as the SBA would carry. I can't say what they would do, but all you need to do is make sure that you nail this paper one. All right? That's all you need to do. That's the only thing that is within your control. Nothing else is within your control, you know.
I heard that the pass mark, like if I get 45 to 47 questions right, you pass.
Well, I don't know.
Well, I did check one mark scheme of a city angles and it looked like say them do the same mark scheme to CSEC.
Okay. Well, I don't want that, you know. I want you to get 58. 58 you want to get. You don't want us to pass. You want 58 out of 60.
Sir, but suppose I get a high mark here, SBA,
And them a get like teacher them like suppose I get a high mark for your SBA, like your SBA mark out of 40. And you get like 39 out of it. But because CXC I got remark the paper, suppose them reduce it because of how high you get on the paper one.
But if the SBA really good, they can reduce it, you know. Once it meets all the requirements, they can reduce it. They can't just reduce it like that. You understand? So it's a matter of ensuring that the SBA really met the objectives, right? Because yes, they can adjust the SBA grade. They have done it in the past. So they can adjust the SBA grade, you know. But as I said to you, it don't make no sense to worry about those things because you have no control over those things. You can only control what you can control, which is this paper you're doing tomorrow. That's the only thing we really have control over right now, you know. So, you know, you should just go hard at this paper. Don't worry about that stuff. And also bear in mind that anything they're doing for one student, they're basically doing it for every student. So don't make no sense to worry. Don't worry. It's the same thing for everybody. So it's not like they're gonna pick you out and do something to you and then do other favorable things to other people. No. Right? Don't worry about it. Just control what you can control, which is to nail this paper tomorrow. So I'm going to continue working and see how much you can get out of it. All right? I'm going to continue working.
Yes,
And see how
sir.
much you can get out of it. All right. No, that's not the break. We're going to take a break. When I finish this paper, we're going to take a break. Another paper. All right, let's go. All right, let's go. Relax. Relax, I said, I'll go outside, relax. All right, ready, next question. This one is f of x is equal to this. They want f of -3, easy. Plug the -3 inside there. And remember, when square the negative become positive. So this is going to become 2 times -3 squared minus 1. The -3 squared is a +9, so it's really 2 times 9 minus 1. That is 18 minus 1. 18 minus 1 is 17. Don't give it away and go put a negative on this. When squaring the negative becomes a positive. Next one down here, they give us this graph. It says the value of x and the point where the graph cut the line. So what I told you about the line y equals 0. So this line y equals 0 business right here. So now they're talking about the x-axis. Line y equals 0 is the x-axis. So I want to know where this curve, the curve here, points where across the x-axis. See the x-axis here? This is the x-axis. So this question is referring to these 2 points here and there. All right? That's where the y equals 0 on x-axis. Y is equal to 0 here on the x-axis and also here on the x-axis. And what they want are the x values at those points. Clearly, at this point, the x value is 0. And at this point, the x value is 4. So it's 0 and 4. X equals 0, x equals 4. First one is the answer. All right, next one. They're asking us for the maximum point on the curve. The maximum point is a point all the way up here. Maximum point is this point here. We just need to tell them the coordinates. That point is 2, 4. X value then y value. 2, 4. 2, 4 is that maximum point. Turning point or the vertex. 2, 4. Answer is 2, 4 right here. All right, done. 10 more questions. I will take a 10 minutes break and start another paper. More maths equals better maths, right?
Sir, can the 2019 paper, or you already have something planned?
Do which one?
2019, or you already have
2019
something?
you want?
Yeah. Or maybe the
I plan was to do January 23.
Yes, sir.
I plan was to do January 2023.
It's better to do that then.
That's my plan. January 2023. Next question. It says a parking lot charges $1 plus $0.25, which is 25 cents for every hour or part thereof in which the vehicle is parked. Just think of the thing in real life. So like you enter the parking lot, you have to pay them $1 on entry. That's a fixed charge. That's a fixed charge. As you enter the parking lot, you have to pay them back, regardless of how much time you spend. And then now they're also charging you 25 cents per hour. Per hour. For every hour that you spend, or every part thereof you pay 25 cents. All right, per hour. That's what the information is. I want to know which formula. See, function CH in charge for the hours spent. Function CH that represents the parking cost. I want to pay the park. Which of these formula would be that? So the one where it becomes the fixed charge, which is $1 plus the hourly rate of $0.25 times the time that you spend, which is in hours. That's what they're looking for. The fixed charge plus the variable charge. Fixed and variable. The variable charge is the one that changes based on the amount of time that you spend. So it is this one. The fixed charge. The answer is this one. Just have to put the variable charge first in front. See it? I put the variable charge in front and the fixed charge second. It's the same thing. So the answer is C. So the variable charge plus the fixed charge. All right? That's it. I think I should write it the other way around. You pay the fixed charge first. Right? But it don't really matter still. The result is the same. But that is it. Next question says, in reference to the following arrow diagram, it's a mapping diagram for a function. That's a one-to-one function. It says, which of the following best describes it? So in other words, which of these formulae would correspond to the values that we're seeing up here? As I look at this, I see that this is 3 more than this. This is also 3 more than that. So that x plus 3 relationship. The y value is equal to the x value plus 3. The y value is the x value plus 3. It is the x value, It is the x value plus 3. That's what the y value is equal to, which happens to be the first formula right here. Nice and easy. 53 next. It said the sum of the interior angles of a polygon is 4 right angles. 4 right angles. Like for example, a square. Example, a square has 4 right angles. All right? Then the polygon must be a quadrilateral because 4 right angles would be 4 times 90 degrees, which will add up to 360 degrees. And if the total angles in a polygon is 360 degrees, then it is a quadrilateral. Quadrilateral. So since you understand now, how do I find the total angle in a pentagon? This pentagon. The pentagon has 5 sides, right? N equals 5. How do I find the total angle in a pentagon if I want to? Let's just do this for good measure. How would I work it out? Total angle in a pentagon. Total interior angle in a pentagon. How could I get it?
You times it by 90.
Huh?
You times it by the 90.
No.
So n minus 2.
N minus 2 triangles. Good. A polygon has n minus 2 triangles in it. A polygon has n minus 2 triangles in it. Polygon has n minus 2 triangles. N minus 2 triangles. Remember that. Total angle in any polygon is n minus 2 triangles. Each triangle is 180 degrees. So it's n minus 2 times 180 degrees, give it the total interior angle of any polygon. So since the pentagon has 5 sides, let's work it out here. It means that the total interior angle will be 5 minus 2 times 180 degrees. That's 3 times 180. That will be the total angle in the pentagon. What I work out to? 3 times 180 is how much? 3 times 180 is how much? Huh?
540, sir.
540. Yes, that will be the total angle in the pentagon. Tell me the hexagon. What's the total angle in the hexagon? How we're gonna get it? It has six sides. It has 6 sides. What's
6
the total
minus
angle?
2 times 180.
Good. It would be 6 minus 2 triangles times 180. That's 4 times 180. 4 times 180 is how much?
720.
20. Good. So that's how we work it out. Let's do that for a good measure. Everybody knows a triangle of 180 degrees, right? Everybody knows that. All right. What's the total exterior angle of a polygon? What's the total exterior angle of any polygon? Total exterior angle of any polygon.
Say 360.
Good. The total exterior angle is 360 regardless of the number of sides. Total exterior angle of any polygon, triangle, quadrilateral, pentagon, hexagon, octagon, nonagon, whatever you want to call it. Total exterior angle will always be 360 degrees. What is a regular polygon? What's a regular polygon? When the word regular is used to describe a polygon, what do you know about it? When it is regular. Regular. What does the word regular mean in polygons?
It has a simple shape.
No, it means all sides equal and all angles equal. That's what regular means. All angles are equal and all the sides are equal. So for example, a square is a regular quadrilateral because all angles in a square equal, all the sides in a square equal. An equilateral triangle is a regular triangle because all the sides equal, all angles equal. A regular pentagon will have all the sides equal, all angles equal. A regular hexagon will have all 6 sides equal and all 6 angles equal. All right, let's continue. This next question. So it gives us this triangle and it says, in the right angle triangle above, which of the following three equations is true? Which are them equal 4/8? So it all depends on the angle that you choose, right? So let's look at it. If our reference angle is the x under here, this x, so I'm marking in blue, then this becomes the opposite side over here. This will be the opposite to the x. And the hypotenuse is always the hypotenuse. It never change, right? This will always be the hypotenuse. The hypotenuse is the side that is opposite the 90. Opposite the 90 is the hypotenuse. So this side over here is always the hypotenuse. So the sine of x will be equal to opposite over hypotenuse. Right? The sine of x would be equal to 4/8. Sine of x will be equal to 4/8. So this answer is the sine of x. Well, let me show you something now, because CSEC can give the same thing and change it. You know? They can change it. If they use the y as a reference angle, as the angle under consideration, if this becomes the angle under consideration, the blue one, then this side now becomes the adjacent. So this would now become the adjacent. I'm marking it in blue. When the angle is the blue one, this side becomes the blue side. And in that case, the 4/8 would be the cos. 4/8 would be adjacent over hypotenuse. That would be the cos of y, would be the adjacent 4/8. So they can set back this very same diagram and put this as an answer until it will be correct. Cos of y, because cos of y will be 4/8, but it's adjacent over hypotenuse. So stuff like that to look out for. So this is the answer based on these, but it could well have been this one that they give. And you can look out for that.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, would they put A and cos like in the same option for your pick?
No, they can't put two at the same answer. If they do that, is a mistake. They can't put two answers that are correct. If that happens, it's a mistake, and they would have to scrap the question and mark it out of 59. It will be an error. It will be an error on the paper. They can't put two correct answers on the paper on a question. They can only put one correct answer. If they put two correct answers, then it's a mistake, and they will have to scrap the question. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Or they might leave the question, leave it and give everybody who get it right. Whichever one of them you mark, they will give you. That's the other option. Whichever of the two answers they put. So for example, suppose for example they made a mistake and put this right here as cos y. It's sin y right now and look. But suppose they make a mistake and put cos y right here. That means that this will also be correct. Both of them will be correct. So maybe anybody who mark A or anybody who marks C, they will give them the marks. Or they might just scrap it all together. All right, let's go. Next question. This is an isosceles triangle clear cut that is 30 and 30. Total angle in the triangle is 180. So the angle X up here that they want has to be 180 degrees minus this 30 and 30, 60. Wow. Which is 120 degrees. All right. 120 degrees. Beautiful. Next one. This one gives this diagram. We discussed that last night, yesterday. It says refer to the following diagram in which shows a transformation that maps OP Q onto O prime, P prime, Q prime. So you see O is on both of them, O is the invariant point. It's on the image and also on the object. It's an invariant point. Which transformation took place? We spoke about the negative and the positive.
Rotation.
It's a rotation.
Positive rotation.
Which one?
Sir B.
A.
Sir B.
Sir B, sir. Because it's negative. Wait. Hold on.
A or B?
Sir is B. Sir would be sir already.
Yes, sir.
Sir would do this already, no sir.
Wait,
All right. Let me tell you which one it is. What you have to remember, guys.
B.
First thing you have to do is decide the direction that it rotates, right?
B.
B is not correct. All right, just listen now.
Can I go clockwise?
Right.
Clockwise is the negative.
Just listen now. So we're going from this one to this one. See, this is the object. See, this is the object. See, Q. The one at the prime is the image. So the rotation is from this one up to that one. All right. So clearly the rotation is anti-clockwise. That's the first thing. Anti-clockwise rotation is positive rotation. Positive. You have to remember that. Anti-clockwise rotation is positive rotation. Now, this is on which paper? This is 2020, guys. That is recently they said this can come again. Anti-clockwise rotation is positive rotation. Clockwise rotation is negative. So because this one is anti-clockwise, it is an anti-clockwise rotation. Anti-clockwise, you have to remember this now, guys. It's a positive rotation. So it's a positive 90 degrees it rotates. Positive 90 degrees. So the answer is the one with no sign on it. If there's no sign on it, it means positive. This one is for clockwise, which it did not do. So this one is if the rotation was this way. Clockwise. This one, the positive 90, is when the rotation is this way, which is what it is, anti-clockwise. So the answer is A. So make it stick. Exam is tomorrow in the morning, 9 a.m. Make it stick. This is the answer because anti-clockwise is positive. Let me write it just again. Anti-clockwise is positive rotation. Clockwise is negative rotation. Anti-clockwise is positive rotation. Clockwise is negative rotation. All right? Put this in your brain. Put this in your brain.
What is it about anti-clockwise and clockwise? Can you repeat that, please?
See it on the screen here, sir. Anti-clockwise rotation is positive. Clockwise rotation is negative. So see, if for this question I gave two answers that were very close. Let's look at it again. They gave these two answers that are very close enough. This is a negative 90 and this is a positive 90. So the question is which one it is? On the diagram, the rotation was anti-clockwise, and I'm saying to you, anti-clockwise rotation is a positive angle rotation. The angle is positive. Hey, I'm not talking about outside. Anti-clockwise rotation is positive. Anti-clockwise is positive. Clockwise is negative. So because this one is anti-clockwise, then the angle is a positive angle of rotation. So you look down here, it has to be this one. This one is the answer, the positive one. So that's why we're marking this. Marking this as the answer. A. The answer is A, because the rotation was anti-clockwise. Put the word anti-clockwise here as well, but you can see. Anti-clockwise, it's in red. I'm emphasizing, I want you to get it and don't forget it. Anti-clockwise, the rotation was anti-clockwise. That's how I choose the one with the positive. Anti-clockwise rotation is positive. Clockwise rotation is negative. Clockwise. Clockwise rotation is negative. And that holds for maths at any level, any subject, what has to do with rotation. The anti-clockwise direction is taken as a negative, clockwise direction is taken as a positive. All right, we do trigonometry at advanced level and advanced level, you learn that as well. Anti-clockwise rotation and anti-clockwise angle is a positive angle. A clockwise angle is a negative angle. And the angle starts here. The angle starts like you have the origin, and the angle starts from a positive x direction. That's where the angle starts from. This positive x direction starts here. So if we take the positive x direction and rotate about the origin this way, you're going positive. Rotate it this way, you're going negative. Negative rotation. So for example, zoom it up and just emphasize it one last time. One last thing I'm saying about it. If you rotate this up here, all right, then this would, for example, be a positive 30 degrees, for example, positive 30 degrees. But down here, if I rotate down here, rotate this line down here, then this will be negative 30 degrees. So I rotate it this way. All right? And I say nothing more about it, and you must get it now. Anti-clockwise is positive, clockwise is negative when it comes to angular rotation. All right? All right, good. Negative and positive, negative and positive.
About the image one more time for the question, please.
Can
I see about the one more time?
See it there, see it there. All right, let's look at it again, one last time. So what happened? First thing you have to identify which one is the object and which one is the image. This one is the object, this one. See, there's no prime on it, see? There's no prime on the Q, no prime on the P. That's an object, that's original, that's a pre-image of the object. This one is the image. So the prime on the Q and the prime on the P, right? So it means that the rotation was from this one up to this one. And all we know is 90. Because if you look at this side, this horizontal side OQ, it was horizontal on the object. On the image, it becomes vertical. Go from horizontal to vertical, it must rotate through 90 degrees. You go from horizontal and you put an arrowhead up here and put the corresponding arrowhead up here. It is obvious that this was rotated this way about the origin. So the origin there, that's the center of the rotation. Rotation was this way, this direction. That way. That is the direction of the rotation, which is anti-clockwise. And so it's a positive rotation. Anti-clockwise is a positive rotation. So the positive 90-degree rotation. The angle here says 90 degrees, positive 90 degrees. All right, enough of that. But I must get that by tomorrow is the exam. Let's go. More math equals better maths. Next one. They give us these diagrams and they show a translation, right? See, this is a translation. The transformation, this is a translation. What translation is it? Which are these translation matrix? Maps A onto A prime, or AB onto A prime, B prime. So in other words, which transformation map this to this? It's a translation. Just need to count how many units to the right it goes. So we're going to call the translation T written as a column vector. Look at the x value first. X value increased by 2. From 2 to 4, it increased by 2. So the translation vector for the x coordinate is 2, increased by 2. You added 2 to this to get that. Add 2. And then from 5 to 6, you're adding 1. So the y value, you're adding 1 to it. So the translation vector for the y value has a value of 1. So this becomes the translation matrix that took this one over to this one. All right? You just need to see what happened to 1 point. You didn't have to look at the b. At the b change the same here. From 5 to 7, you add 2. From 7 to 8, you add 1. So that's why this is a matrix. Anything it does to 1 point, it goes to all the other points. So it's 2, 1. Answer is 2, 1 right here. All right, next one. Number 58. It's an enlargement. Look, this is the object and this is the image. Question is asking us for the scale factor, right? What is the scale factor of the enlargement? How much did it go by? What multiple did it go by? 2. Yes, this side was 1 unit. The corresponding side is 2 units. That's a multiplier of 2. It was multiplied by 2, so the scale factor is 2. And look at another side. This side was 2 units, and it was enlarged to 4 units. We have to multiply this by 2 to get that. So the scale factor again is 2. Another thing that applies on the scale factor applies to is the distance from the origin or from the center of the enlargement. In this case is the origin. So for example, the distance to point C right here is 2 units from the center. But C prime is now 4 units from the center. 4 units from the center. So the enlargement scale factor does not only enlarge the object, it also enlarges the distance from the center of the enlargement. It applies also to the distance from the center of the enlargement, not just the object, not just the sides or the size of the object, also the distance. For example, this distance to A right here was doubled. See, it becomes that. Double that distance from the center of the enlargement. So scale factor also works on the distance from the center of the enlargement. In any case, the scale factor is 2. All right, just explain that some more stuff because I know they're still teaching, right? Still teaching. All right, 59. 59 gives us this diagram, and it says
3.5.
3.5, sir.
You know the answer quick though. Oh, why is 3.5?
Sir, because MO is half the size of the other one.
All right, so basically because the triangles are similar, the ratio in which they are changed will be constant. So basically, if this was cut in half, it's like we're applying a scale factor of a half. Same half will apply to all the sides, right? So this side also will be half, cut in half to this. So it becomes 3.5. So MO becomes half of 7, which is a 3.5. All right, let me ask another question then. Let me ask another question. So let's say the area of the object. Let's say the area of ABC is 80. Let's say it was 80. Let's say we don't know, right? Let's say it is 80 centimeters squared. All right, let's say it was 80 centimeters. Just argument sake. Just argument sake. Let's say it was 80 centimeters squared. What will be the area of MON? Area of.
Sir, 40 centimeters square?
Wrong. So the scale factor only applies to the distance. When it comes to area, you have to square the scale factor. So I'm going to write a formula that you must remember. Area of the image, in this case the MON is the image, will always be equal to the scale factor squared times the area of the object. That's what you must remember. Area of image is scale factor squared times the area of the object. So this up here is the area of the image. This up here is the area of the object. This one is the area of the object. This is the AO. This one. This is the area of the object right here. This area of the object. And we're trying to find the area of the image, which is what this one is. We're trying to find AI. The scale factor is a half, because you have to apply a half to go from this one to this one. You apply a scale factor of a half. So therefore, the area of MON, which is the object, using this formula right here. Area of the image, MON, which is the image, sorry, MOM is the image, is equal to a half squared times the 80. The area of the object is 80. That becomes a quarter of 80. Which then will be 20 centimeters squared. So you have to remember this formula. When it comes to area, you don't multiply by the scale factor alone. Multiply by the square of the scale factor. Area of image is k squared times area of object. You have to remember that one, guys. So there's a question that asks about area, and I don't know if it's coming. All right, there's a question with this enlargement thing that asks for area. Saw it before. All right, look at this one now. This last one. Let me make this smaller. All right. This last question now gives us that diagram. It's an angle of depression that they're showing us. So the diagram of that Johnson scale shows that the angle of depression of X from Z is 30 degrees. That's this angle here. Angle looking down. Angle looking down from the horizontal is this angle of depression, 30 degrees. Angle of elevation from up here, looking down this way, will be equal to the angle of elevation from down here, looking up this way. Angle of elevation. Or you can say that Z angles are equal. So you have a Z inside here. So it means that inside here, so the angle is also 30 degrees. Alternate angles. So we can leave at 30 degrees. So this angle inside here is also 30 degrees. Z angles. All right? And they said, note also that this angle is 60 degrees. If you needed that angle is 60 degrees. But angle across the vertical and the horizontal is 90. Anyway, they're asking us to tell us that this distance is 10. This distance here says 10 across here. That's the adjacent. So if you are working with the 30 degrees, this is the adjacent side. And the question is asking us for YZ up here, which is the opposite side of the 30s. Over here is the opposite side. So working in a right angle triangle, and so we can use SOHCAHTOA. SOHCAHTOA. Well, you know which one to use based on the sides involved. This example, we know the adjacent and we want the opposite. The sides involved are the adjacent and the opposite. That's an A and an O are the sides involved. See there? Look here, so. The opposite and the adjacent are the sides involved, so we have to use tan to get it. The side that we want. We start by saying the tan of the 30 degrees will be equal to the opposite side YZ that we're trying to find over the adjacent side of 10. Opposite over adjacent. Let me shift this down a bit. And then to get the YZ, you want to take this 10 and multiply it over across here. Cross multiply with the 10. So I get the YZ equals 10 times the tan of 30 degrees, which is the A answer right here. That's it. One paper down, one to go. All right, but then you want to leave, you can leave it. Have a stay.
Excuse me, sir. You can look at 55 for me. Sir, I understand this thing, sir, but I don't understand next right angle triangle with the two inside, with the two angles inside of it. Me I try my best, but it just not work. It just
This one, that one.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me show you. All right, we're on a break now, guys. We're on a break, okay? Let me put up the clock. We're on a break. I'm gonna explain this one for this semester.
Bless.
All right, we're on a break. 10 minutes break.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, it's an isosceles triangle that you got 55.
Which one?
The one is about.
This one?
Yes, sir.
No, that's not an isosceles. No, it's two different angles down here, sir.
54, but he said 55.
I'm sorry, I'm 54.
Oh.
Yeah,
This one is the isosceles one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, kind of, because you said two angles, I kind of figure it's this one you were talking about. So that's why I brought up that one. All right, let me explain to you. Let me explain to you now. So we're on a break. Let me start.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me explain to you. All right. I'm going to clean off everything, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So in a right angle triangle, right? You have these words. You have the words opposite, you have the word hypotenuse,
Adjacent.
you have the word adjacent, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Good. Now just listen. All right, yeah. So the first thing you must always identify is the hypotenuse. The hypotenuse is the one that is opposite the 90. The hypotenuse will always be the hypotenuse. So this is the 90. The side opposite the 90 is the hypotenuse. So this is the hypotenuse forever and ever. Amen. This will always be the hypotenuse. These two other sides, they can be the opposite or they can be the adjacent. But the word opposite and adjacent is in reference to the angle that you are considering, the angle that you're working from. So let's take it one at a time. If the angle that I'm considering is this one down here, the X, I'm going to shade it out. If this is the angle under consideration, if this is the angle that I'm using in my calculation, the X, if the angle under consideration is X, is the angle that I'm using is X, is the angle that I'm going to work with is X, this one down here is the one I'm going to do my tricks with. Then over here becomes the opposite because it's across from it. So over here will be the opposite if I'm working with X. The opposite to before. And the other one, or the one side left, you know, I'm put on my hypotenuse already, you know. The one that is beside it, adjacent to it, to the X, is my adjacent. This will now become my adjacent. If I am working with X, so this is the adjacent to X, and this is the opposite to the X. So the opposite and adjacent is always opposite to an angle or adjacent to an angle. So the word opposite and the word adjacent is in reference to the angle that you are considering. Understand that now? Understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, watch this now. I'm going to change the color. Let's say I'm going to now reference this angle up here in purple, the Y angle. If my focus is now on this angle up here and I'm working with this angle and this is the angle under consideration, then the same side over here that was the adjacent becomes now the opposite. It becomes now the opposite. It is the opposite of this angle. So if I'm working with this angle, up here, then this is the opposite because it is across from it. And this side now would then be my adjacent if I'm working with this purple angle. This side now will become my adjacent. So the opposite and adjacent really depends on the angle that you are considering. The hypotenuse not by change. The hypotenuse will forever stay the hypotenuse. But the adjacent can become the opposite depending on the angle that you're working from. Understand now?
Yes, sir.
Good, sure.
Yes, sir.
All right, so watch me now then. So make sure you understand. So let's take this down. See if you understand.
I understand.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Let me make sure I find out if you understand it now.
sir, the first top questions on me, so you can go over them, please.
No, like watch the video.
No, sir.
Yeah, but I do a different paper.
All right,
I
sir.
do a different paper.
Yes, sir.
It's about 90 people in the class. You can go back question because you come late.
All right, sir.
After the break, I go for a different paper.
But at least I'm not late for the next paper, though.
All right, good. I got a lot of the questions will repeat it, I'm sure. What is now? Let's say this. Let's say this side. Let's for argument's sake. I'm just gonna give. All right, let me put some different bodies on the chart. We have 5 minutes. Then put some different bodies on the chart. I'm gonna make it a 3, 4, 5 chart.
Bet.
Yeah, so I'm gonna change this. No, that can stay at 4. I can stay at 4. No, I'll make it 3. I'll make this the 3. Oh man. All right, I make this the 3.
Sir, you can just use the marker and just put it on, just call it also.
All right, let's pay attention. I'm gonna make this the 5. The side is now 5 centimeters. Make this side the 3 centimeters. I make this side the 4 centimeters. You're gonna tell me no. If you get it, you'll be able to tell me these answers. So tell me what so tell me what is the sign of y. What is the sign of y? Opposite over hypotenuse. Sign is opposite over hypotenuse. Let me write them down. So-called tower. So-called tower. All right, tell me what is the sign of y.
All right, so we know. So 5 at the top. Oh, so that means so we are working. Oh.
I work from up here, so the y.
All right, so we are working 5. So first 5 cm is the hypotenuse. That's simple. We know this. Y, that means that 4 cm would be the opposite and the 3 cm would be the adjacent.
Yes. So
yes, sir.
The sign of y as well.
Sign of y. The sign of opposite over hypotenuse. So sign of y is opposite over hypotenuse. So that would be what? 4 over 5, right?
4 over 5. Good. Tell me the cos of y.
Cos of y would be the adjacent over the hypotenuse. So that would be the 3 cm over the 5 cm.
3 over 5. I don't put the cm in the current and cancel. You see that?
Right.
I don't put the cm current and cancel, right? Sign trig ratios don't carry any unit.
Oh, okay.
That's by centimeter, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is tan of y?
Well, we all know the opposite over the adjacent, that's sir. So you gotta say, all right, boom, 4 cm over the 3 cm. Oh, 4 over 3. My bad.
Yeah, man, no problem. The same going to cancel. Ready now. Let's go from x now. Let's go from the x now. So ready now.
Yes, sir.
From the x now. So I'm gonna mark the x because we'll consider an x now, right?
Yes, sir, of course.
Good. So sign of x. Sign of x is what?
Oh, sign of x? All right. So the 3 cm, the 3 is going to be the opposite, the 4 is going to be the adjacent, and the 5 is going to be hypotenuse.
Right. So sign x as well.
The sign x opposite over hypotenuse, that would be the 3 over 5.
Over 5. The cos of x would be what?
Cos of x adjacent over hypotenuse, that would be 4 over 5.
The tan of x would be what?
Tan of, that's the opposite over adjacent, that's 3 over 4.
You're good now, man. You're good.
Sir.
Good to go.
Thank you.
All right, you're good to go. All right, while we okay, well, I mean, let me bring up the next paper that we're gonna do. Let me clear this out. I'm gonna undo. Undo number 1. All right. The next paper I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do 2013. Finish. I'm gonna fly through this paper and quick and fast. I'm gonna fly through this paper quick and fast. What time is it now? So we're working until 8 o'clock. All right. A lot of the questions on this will be repeated. As you know, I'm not gonna fly through them quick and fast. All right. And then we're gonna stop. Final instructions. And then we're gonna call it an evening. All right, let's go through this quick and fast. We have an hour and 15 minutes. You can tell them to ready again, yeah? Okay, Monique? All right. So you're ready for the 60 tomorrow? Yes, no man. Huh? Of course. Us. 60 over 60. All right. Ready, guys? Ready? I'm going to see a lot of these questions repeated. I'm just going to do them quick and fast. One last time. Last hurrah. All right. One last chance. All right. Ready? But about me, but cancel the screen. So I want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good, good. Hello, mom. Sit down and pay attention. See if you ever know that it's 60 tomorrow. Hold on a second. All right, let's go. One last lift, guys. One last lift. Ready? This question says the value of the digit 2 in this number is which one of these? Mute your mic, please. Baby. All right. So the digit 2 is this one. And that digit is 2 places after decimal point. So in real terms, it is really 0.02. But 0.02 as a fraction is 2 over 100. So that says 2 over 100 right here. Simple as that. All right. Next question. What percentage of 50 is 10? What percentage of 50 is 10? It can be done multiple ways. What percentage of 50 is 10? It can be done multiple ways. All right. We can set up like an equation and say x percent of 50 equals 10. Like we're trying to find the x. All right. I was solving that. So we can say, all right, 15 to this goes 1 time, 15 to this goes 2 times, and we'll multiply the 2 across here. And so we're gonna get the x equals 20. You can do it that way. Another way you can maybe do it is to build up the percentage. What percentage of 50 is 10? So we can say, okay, we're looking at 50. What percentage of 50 is 10? You can break it down. So okay, firstly, 10% is really equal to 5. 10% of 50 is 5. Right? We want to know what percentage is 10. So if 10% is 5, we want this to become 10. It means that what multiplies by 2. So that's a therefore 20% is 10. So 20% of 50 is 10. So anyway you want to look at it, 20% is 10. And there's yet other ways to do it. All right? There's yet other ways to do it. You can put 10 over the 50. And you will express as a percentage. 10 over the 50. All right? All right, let's continue. This one says, in standard notation, what is this equal to? There was a mistake on this question. If you notice, there is a 0 in between the 8 and the 6 right here. So a 0. And here as well. But there's no 0 in between there. Supposed to have a 0 in between there, but no worries. So it goes sometimes. They make mistakes. All right. So here now, we can know this is a very small number. So the power must be negative. It's a small number. If you move the decimal point 2 places to the right to put it there, it's a very small number. All right. It's like you're saying it is, when you move it two decimal places to the right, as a small number, it becomes 2.08. It's supposed to be 0.6, right? 0.6 times and a small number, so it's 10 to the minus 2. So power must be negative. This is saying there's 2 places after decimal point. This starts 2 places after decimal point. But how can we calculate it? Another method, another way to do it. Instead of saying it's a very small number. We can say, okay, we want the decimal point to be here. Because in standard notation, the decimal point must go after the first non-zero digit. That's where the decimal point must go. You must have one non-zero digit before the decimal point. So we want the decimal point to be right here. That's where we want it to be. So I'm going to put the decimal point there, move it to the right. So to move it to the right, we would have to multiply by 10 squared. That movement, that 10 squared, we move it for us and put it where we want it to be. But to cancel that movement of 10 squared, or that multiplication of 10 squared, we have to balance that by multiply by 10 to the minus 2. Multiply by 10 squared, we balance it out by multiply by 10 to the minus 2. This calculation in blue will move the decimal point for us and put it where we want it, which is right after the 2, so it will become 2 point, go back for the blue. It will become 2.08, supposed to be 0.6 times this 10 to the minus 2. But an easy way to say it is to say that this number, 0.020806, the very small number, 2 decimal places you need. So you're going to have to put 2.0806. And because a small number is times 10 to the minus 2, this minus 2 means that there are 2 places you move the decimal point to bring it to here. Right? With a small number, so it has to be negative. Right? It's an easy way to do it, but yeah, that is it. So the answer is this over minus 2. All right. Next one. In a school, the ratio of the number of pupils to the number of teachers is 20 to 1. The number of pupils is 840. How many teachers are there? I like to say ratio is just your actual numbers broken down into the lowest term. That's what ratio is. So I like to build my ratio back up to the actual numbers. So I would say pupils to teachers is 20 to 1. That's just the lowest form of my actual numbers. I want my actual pupils to come back up to 840. So if we're gonna go back up to 840, this 0 corresponds to this 0 already. So I really need to get the 2 to come back up to 84. To get the 2 to come back up to 84, I would multiply by 42. And then this side will become 840. So when this side becomes 840, because I multiply by 42, it becomes 840. When I multiply the 1 by 40, it becomes 42. It means that when I have 840 pupils, I have 42 teachers. These are my actuals. It was just broken down and given to me in a ratio, 20 to 1. But these are my actual teachers and students right here. So it means that I have 42 students, 42 teachers, sorry. 42 teachers. That's it. So I took my ratio and I just build it up back to the actual so I can see what the actual values are. Simple as that. Next question. A bag of apples can be shared equally among 6, 10, or 15 children. The minimum number of apples that is likely to be in the bag is the lowest common multiple. The lowest common multiple of the 6, the 10, and the 15. I can use the process of elimination. Can this be divided equally among 6 persons? Yes. 5, 6. Can it be divided equally among 10 persons? Yes. 3, 10. Can it be divided equally among 15 persons? Yes. 15 times 2. So that is the answer, you know. I don't have to go no more. This is the lowest number that can be divided. You can divide these out of equally. That's it, the lowest common multiple. All right, that's it, 30. Next question. This question here now. This question can be done by basically counting the decimal places. So they give us that this equals this times that equals this, right? And if you notice, they basically have the same values, almost the same values. So start for this one. This decimal point was moved to the right one place to get this 43. And this one remained the same. There's no movement on that one. So the only movement that happened to go from this to this is that the decimal point was moved one place to the right. One place to the right. So it means that in the answer, we have to move the decimal point one place to the right as well. And that's what this would do. It move this one place to the right. And so it will become 15. We move decimal point one place to the right. Then this would become 15.91. So the answer is 15.91. But look another way, guys. I can look at these numbers. You know. I have 43 times 0.35, 0.37. All right? 0.37. 0.37. Let's say I can't do this. I don't know about that. Right? We can multiply this and get the right answer to it. But then you can also just reason it out. This number is in the ones. This one is in the tens. This one is in the hundreds. This one is in the thousands. This number, if you bring it up, if you're correcting it and round it up to the nearest number you can maybe round it up to that is comfortable. It's 0.5. So say, okay, we can see what it may be equal to. 0.5. 0.5 is like half of 43. Half of 43 is going to be 20 something. That is in the tens. So the answer must be in the tens. Can't be the answer that is in the ones. Can't be the answer that is in the hundreds. Can't be the answer that is in the thousands. It has to be the answer that is in the tens. So it has to be that one. They could reason it out that way without actually doing the question. Remember, you know, the answer is there on the paper. You don't have to work out everything. You don't have to work out the actual thing. Sometimes just use smart because you see the answers are there. These answers are ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. You just want to know what would the value from this be, from the question. What would the value, what would this be? It should be in the hundreds, the tens, the thousands, or the ones. Clearly, it's going to be in the tens. This is the only answer there that is in the tens. So it has to be that is the answer. All right? So anyway, let's continue. All right, so we use the decimal point movement method. All right, we'll get 15.91. Next question. Which of the following set is defined as this? We did this already as get. The Z means integers, positive or negative whole numbers. So X is an integer. Remember, Z is for integers. Integers, positive or negative whole numbers are your integers. So you want the integers from negative 2 to 4. The equal here means that you're including the negative 2, and you're also including the 4. So you're going from negative 2 to 4. So these are the values, inclusive. That's it. From negative 2 to 4, inclusive. If this question was like this, I'm going to show you. If this question did not have the equal on this, it was just less than, and did not have the equal on this one as well, and it was just a less than here, so if this was just a less than right here, and this was just a less than, it means that you could not include the negative 2 and you could not include the 4. And the answer would be this one, if this was the case. All right, if that was the case, but that's not what they gave us. So let's just work what they gave us. All right, and that is the answer for what they gave us. All right, next question. So this one gives us this Venn diagram again, and I want us to tell them the number in the shaded region. All right, and once I say a question like this, and I start to see these things, I remember the number in the P and the plus the number in the Q, them two here, must add up to the union and the intersection. P intersect Q. So them two there that are marked in blue must give the same sum as these two that are marking now, these two. So this plus this must equal this plus that. Now them two there in blue, then add up to 14. These two must also add up to 14. The union and the intersection must also add up to 14. Same 14 as this. They must add up to 14 as well. So the union is 10. The intersection has to be 4. 10 and 4 is 14. Since the union is 10, the intersection right here must be 4. And the intersection is referring to right inside this, actually. Inside here. This shaded region. It must equal 4. Because 10 and 4 give me the 14. All right, that's a quick way to do it on the paper, guys. Let me write it out here for you. So, in case you don't understand what I'm saying, the number, let me zoom it up. Let me zoom it up and write it for you. One last time. Tomorrow's the exam. The number in P plus the number in Q must be equal to the number in P intersect Q plus the number in P union Q. For any two sets, it was A and B, P and Q, M and N, S and T, don't matter. For any two finite sets, that equation is valid. What did they give us? Let's put down what they gave us. They gave us a number in P is 5. They gave us a number in P right here is 5. So this is 5. Plus the number in Q is 9. This is 9. That's why I said these two add to 14. So 14 must equal the number in the intersection. We don't know it, right? We don't know this. Don't know this. Let's call it X for now. Plus the number in the union, they tell us is 10. Here, they tell us is 10. The number in the union, they tell us is 10. Over here, so 14. Over here, so must equal X plus 10. So if this is 14, in order for this to be 14 as well, the X has to be 4. So therefore, the X has to be 4, which is a number in the intersection. So the answer is 4. But I go to that. So the number in the intersection, P intersect Q, must equal 4. This is the formula that we use. A relationship is a sets relationship that is good to know. All right, a property of sets. All right, let's continue. Next one. Which of the following pair is an example of disjoint sets? What are disjoint sets? Disjoint sets are sets where there are no intersection. There's no intersection. Like if I draw a Venn diagram, the two subsets would not intersect at all. Right? They are called mutually exclusive if you think of it in statistics, in probability terms. Right? Which two sets don't have any intersection? Even numbers and odd number, that's it. There's no odd number that is even. So the answer is this one. Even numbers and odd numbers would form in disjoint sets. So if this is E and this is F, so E is for even numbers, F is for odd numbers. There is no even number that is also odd. So they would go in disjoint set. Two sets that don't intersect at all. For this one, multiple of 2 and multiple of 3 is like 6. So yes, they would have an intersection for this one. A whole number that is also rational. Whole number like 2 can be written as 2 over 1. When it is written as 2, it's a whole number. To write it 2 as a rational number, you put it over 1. In fact, all whole numbers are rational. All whole numbers are rational. So those would not be in this disjoint set. Whole numbers and rational numbers would not be in this disjoint set. Multiple of 5 and 10, like for example, 50 is a multiple of 5 and 10. So that number will be in the intersection of multiple of 5 and multiple of 10. Here's the answer, guys. Odd number and even number can never be the same. So they will fall in disjoint sets. Next question. All students in a class play Scrabble or checkers or both. 36% of students play Scrabble only. Keyword here is only. 16 of students play both. Let's draw the Venn diagram so we can see. One more time. More maths equals better maths every time. More maths equals better maths. Let's draw the Venn diagram so we can see what it's saying. But once I get to give the information in percentages, you know that once you're working in percentages, the total in the universal set must be 100%. 100%. We're working in percentages. So once you give it information in percentage, total must be 100%. Let's draw a subset for the Scrabble and a subset for the chess. Scrabble is S, chess, checkers. We're gonna put C for checkers. And then we're gonna put in information. Put in information in flow that they say. Ready now. It's a 36th place Scrabble only. That's right here. Scrabble only. Right here alone is Scrabble. So we're gonna put the 36 here. They say 16 play both. So 16 is in the intersection, both Scrabble and chess. So 16 coming right in here. So it means that the total who play Scrabble is some of those two, you know. 16 and thing. That's 52. Right? So Scrabble, 52 play Scrabble. Question says, what percentage of the pupil play checkers but not Scrabble? This question is asking us for here. Let's call it X. This question is asking us for here. X. We have marked the X right here. Checkers only. Remember it said all pupils play Scrabble or checkers or both. That means that there's none out here who don't play either. None. Remember we're working in percentages, guys? Percentages. So I want to find X. The total in there must be 100. This is already 52. This is already 52. So if we were to calculate it now, then this is already 52. So it would be that I can add it up this way. 36 plus 16 plus X must add up to 100. Because we're working in percentages. See? What percentage? That percentage they're asking for. What percentage? So find X. This is already 52. So this has to be 48. See, X equals 100 minus 52. These two add up to 52. So X is 48. 48%. 48%. So inside here, so it's 48%. But everything must add up to 100. That is the key because they express in the percentages, everything must add up to 100%. And they told us that there was none out here. All right, let's continue. Another set question. This one says, number 11 refer to the following Venn diagram that shows two intersecting sets. The number of students in each set is indicated. So these are the number of students in the sets. All right. So universal set for those who play games. That's universal set. It says each are the ones who play hockey. So the 7 of them play hockey. 5 and 2 makes 7. 7 persons play hockey. And V are the students who play volleyball. So that's 6 persons play volleyball. 3 don't play none. It says how many students play either hockey or volleyball, but not both. Hockey or volleyball, but not both. So the question is asking us for these two. Hockey or volleyball, but not both. That's 5 plus 9. 5 plus 9. Play hockey or volleyball, but not both. 5 plus 9. 5 plus 4. Even 5 plus 5 plus 4. I'm saying the answer already. 5 plus 4 is 9. So the answer right here is 9. Hockey or volleyball. Generally speaking, or in sets means plus. See? Or in sets means that you're adding them up. Or means plus, you're adding them. All right, let's go. That is it. Next question. The set of 2-digit positive integers that are divisible by 7. Numbers that are divisible by 7. Another way of saying divisible by 7 is to say it's a multiple of 7. Let's not forget that. Multiple of 7. A number that is divisible by 7 is also a multiple of 7. So they want the 2-digit multiples of 7, and they want to know what kind of set is it. It's an example of an improper set, an infinite set, an empty set, or a finite set. What's an improper set? I don't know. All I know about is an improper subset. What's an infinite set? An infinite set is one that doesn't terminate. It go on and on forever. Like, for example, if you list of positive numbers, go on and on and on forever. What's an empty set? An empty set is one with nothing in it, like a null set. What's a finite set? A finite set is one that has a set number of values in it. It terminates. So if we're going to put down the 2-digit positive integers of the multiples of 7, they're going to get a finite set. So that set will look something like this. It will look something like this. The first 2-digit value, which is a multiple of 7, is 14. Then 21. Then 28. And so on and so on and so on. And the last one is 98. Is the last one. It terminates. Those are the 2-digit multiples of 7. It terminates a set number of values there. Once there's a set number of values in the set, it is a finite set. So that's a finite set. An infinite set will represent something like if you put 1, 2, 3, like you put in the natural numbers. And you put the 3 little dots like that. This 3 little dot means that it is infinite. It go on and on and on forever. That's what these little dots mean. Infinite. That's what we're referring to this one. Infinite set. All right. So the ask for an example of an infinite set, you put, for example, the positive multiples of 7. Then they'll say the positive multiple of 7 done. And don't tell you nothing about no 2 digits. Then the multiple of 7 go on and on and on and on and on forever. That will be an infinite set. Because this one specifies 2 digits. They will have a set number, a fixed number of 2 digits that are multiples of 7. All right? So it's finite. Next one. For every $100 or part thereof, meaning any fraction of the 100, right? A salesman is paid $10 as commission. So every $100, you get $10. And also any part of $100, he also gets $10. So for example, $50, you might get $10. But you have to take out all the $100 then first. It says, if it says for a particular month is this, $1,020. How much commission was he paid? I want to know how many $100 is in that. All right, so I'm going to break it down because I want to count how many $100 in it. So first, I'm going to break it down into $1,000 plus $20. So I know he's getting a commission for that $20. He's getting $10 for that $20. That's a part. How many $100 is in that? 10. This has 10 $100 in it. This is 10 times $100. So there are 10 $100 in 1,000. So what is this commission then? Commission. It's commission. Oh, let me put by the plus 10. Let me put by the plus thing over here. Plus the $20. I'm breaking down the money into $100. Let me take the money and break it down into $100, right? I'm going to work out this commission now. This commission. Ready? Let's work it out in red. So since he had 10 $100 sales, for each of these $100 sales, he's getting $10. So his commission on these 10 $100 sales is 10 times $10. Plus, he gets $10 for that part. Remember they said, or part thereof. So he also got a $10 for selling that additional $20. So he gets an additional $10 for selling that $20 worth of goods. So this adds up to his total commission. This is 10 times 10 is 100. So he gets $100 for selling that 1,000 plus another $10 for the 20. So he gets a total of $110. That's what he gets. Total of $110, which is the last one. All right? Hope everybody understands that. Moving right along. Everybody good so far? I know say you finish say well and go home.
Yes,
Everybody
sir.
okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. Next one. We'll finish the class in it. If anybody wants to stay online and continue, no problem. If you don't eat, I can go about the business. More maths equals better.
Yes, sir.
Yes, somebody say them ready. Some more. Eh? More maths equals better maths. Already. If the simple interest on $600 for T years is at 5% per annum is 120, what is the T? What is the time? What is the T? T years. So what it is that you want to work with the formula and you want to make T the subject. Let's identify the information. So the interest on $600, so 600 is the principal. The time is T years, so we can leave that as our T years. The rate is 5% per annum, so this is our R. The R is 5. And this is the interest. You see, the simple interest is the 120. So this is our interest. So I'm identifying the components that I'm going to put in the formula, or the variables, or the parameters, or the values that I'm going to put in the formula. So remember, the formula now is I equals PRT divided by 100. That's one of the oldest formulas that everybody must know. I equals PRT over 100. And I'm trying to find the T. I'm trying to find the T. Let me put T up here for the time. So I'm trying to find the T at the end of the day. All right? And if you look at the answer, don't forget the answers, you know. The answers, they're just leaving the, they're not working it out. They're not working it out, you know. Just want to see where the values would go. So I need to transpose and leave this as a subject. So watch it now. I'm going to multiply up this 100 and then divide under the PR. Good? Multiply the 100 and divide under the PR. That will leave T as a subject. Easy. Cross multiply, cross divide. So I'm going to leave the T over here as a subject equals 100 times the I. Multiply the 100, I get 100 times the I. I'm going to take the PR and divide it under here. Divide. Cross multiply and divide it down. So bring it under. All right? So it's going to come as PR under here. That's the formula I know. I know that, but put in the values now. Put in the P and the R and the I inside of here now to get the T. Let's put them in now. So the T becomes equal to 100 times the I. What is the I? The I is 120. 120 divided by the principal is 600. 600 times the rate, and the rate is 5. 600 times 5. So basically now I'm just looking for this formula and the answer. Which one of these is over here? 100 times thing there. So this is it, you know, 100 times 120 over 600 times 5. So the answer is this one, B. That will give us the time. All right, let me make this a little smaller. Yes?
I understand the part where you say I times 100, or you say the 100 I over PR. I'm going to get that part, sir.
All right, so I'm cross multiplying. All right, let me do it on this one more time. Cross multiply. So if the I equals PRT divided by 100, right? So the I is same as I over 1. You can cross multiply with the values, right? I'm sure that is the I over here is the same as I over 1, right? You can cross multiply the values. So you see a value under here, you can cross it and put it up there. So, and these values over here, you can cross them and put them under here. Cross multiply. You ever see that yet?
No, sir. First message.
All right. So make it thick in your brain. Cross multiply. That's a shortcut way to do it. Theoretically, what I've done, I have multiplied both sides by 100. Multiply y by 100, multiply y by 100. So the 100 here, cancel the 100 here, and then this is left 100i. And then theoretically, what I've done as well with the PR is to divide both sides by PR. So let me divide this side by PR and divide on the by PR as well, theoretically. And this one cancels this one. That's a long way to do it. But a shortcut way to do it is just to cross multiply, shortcut maths. Since I don't want these over here, I just divide them across this side. Once I'm carrying them over this side, because it's a fraction equal a fraction, you know. When you have a fraction equal a fraction, you cross multiply. You can cross multiply the values or cross divide the values. So what is multiplying over here, I bring it down on the denominator on the next side. What is dividing over here, I can bring it up on the numerator on the next side. Cross multiply, cross divide. So if you think of that, let's leave it. Think of doing that, because I want to leave the t by itself. I'm going to end up with this. 100 going to go and multiply with the I. This 100 going to go and multiply with the I. That's how I get the 100I over the PR come under here and multiply with the 1. So because the multiply with the 1, let's leave it as PR. Because the multiply with the 1, PR times 1 is just PR equals the time. Any better?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you have to know this cross multiply business, right? So I'm going to give one more example now, quick. One more example, more mass equal better mass. So we have A over B equal X over Y. If I'm moving this, I have to carry it up this one. So we can get, for example, A equal BX over Y. Understand that?
Yes, sir.
Good. Next one. If I'm moving this, I have to carry it down here, so I'm going to get 1 over B equal X over AY. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have to do no more. You good now?
Yes, sir.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right. So I can carry this up here, so, and carry this up here, so, and get now. Look at me, I get now. I get AY equal BX. See that? And that's how you get to that fraction sometimes. You don't want to work in fractions, just cross multiply and expand it out like that and set it out. Cool?
Yes, sir.
All right, beautiful. Let's continue. Okay, so we can go down. Mute back your mic, please. Mute back your mic. We don't need this. All right, lovely. Let's go to this one now. This one says, at a bank, $2.60 EC. EC means Eastern Caribbean, right? Eastern Caribbean dollars. It's $2.60 is equivalent to US $1. So this dollar exchange rate question can be done like a ratio question. Ratio. Do them like ratio. It says for every US $1 exchange, EC 10 cents, this is 10 cents now, is deducted, taken out. They take out two out of the $2.60, them subtract 10 cents, them take out 10 cents out of it. All right? 10 cents is deducted as an exchange tax. So that tax, so take out 10 cents. How many EC dollars will Leon receive if he exchange 1,000 US dollars? So basically, if they're taking out 10 cents, you know, the exchange rate is really $1 to $2.50, you know, guys. So what he will receive, let's write what he will receive. He's actually receiving US $1 to EC $2.50, you know. Because 10 cents gone out of money. So in terms of what he's actually receiving is this. This is what he's actually receiving. I want to shift over.
Sir, 60, not 50.
You're not listening, no. You're not listening. You're not listening. Listen to what I've said. Listen good. You have to listen and not just looking on. Listen, listen. They're taking out $10 out of the $2.60 as tax. So he's receiving only $2.50 out of the $1 US. You understand that now?
Oh, yeah, no, I understand now. But think like see, they multiply it and then I deduct it, divide it by 10.
No, ma'am. Read the question. They're taking out $10 and put it on tax. So when they give them, we go to the exchange place, they carry $1 give them, right? They're supposed to give you $2.60, you know, but them take out $10 and put it as tax. So what are you actually getting in your hand? You're only getting $2.50 in your hand. This question is about how much the person going to receive. Look, how much will you receive? You will receive only $2.50 out of the $1. Understand that now?
Yes, sir.
Good. So if you receive $2, if you receive $2.50 out of $1, how much you get out of 1,000? Just multiply by 1,000 now, don't it? Multiply how much you're receiving by 1,000. So multiply it by 1,000. We'll do this small point 3 places to the right. So you get 2,500, right? So this is what you receive from the total balance. Good?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. Move back your mind. This question says, a calculator which is marked $1.20 is sold for cash at 30% discount. How much change would Susan receive if she pays for the calculator with a $100 bill? All right. So remember now, this is the amount for the calculator. We're getting a discount of 30%. So we get a discount of 30%. How much are you actually paying? What percentage are you actually paying for the calculator? If 30% gone off, how much are you actually paying?
70.
70. So you're paying 70%. So you're paying 70 out of 100 times $1, $120. Good? So you're really paying 7 times 12, right? 7 times 12 is how much? 84? All of them zero they cancel, you know. All of them zero cancel. This cancel with this and this cancel with that. And you're left with 7 times 12, right? Which is $84. So you're really paying $84. So this equals $84. Equals $84. So you're really paying $84. So if you're paying $84 and you get them a $100 bill, how much change you're gonna get?
$16.
Right. The change is $100 minus $84. Which is the $16 right here. Beautiful. That's it. All right. So
sir.
Yes.
What was the answer you put for 15?
But which one? 15?
Yes, please.
See there?
All right, thank you.
All right. Next one. Number 17. Ready? Let's go. So this question, they set it different ways, different times. This question says a man pays 60 cents. So we're going to be working in dollars. So first you want to do is convert this 60 cents to dollars. Go work in dollars and cents at the same time. So I'm going to write this 60 cents and read it again as dollars. So 60 cents is dollars 0.60. Let's read it again now. I'm not going to work in cents and dollars at the same time. A man pays $0.6 for every 200 meter cube of gas he uses, plus a fixed charge, If he pays $178.75 when he uses 55,000 meter cube of gas, how much is the fixed charge? So this amount includes the fixed charge, you know. That's what they're saying, you know. And this now is a variable charge. All of this calculation, the calculation that we're gonna do with this information is for the variable part of it, the variable charge. And this includes the fixed charge. This total that he pays is the fixed and the variable added together. So what we need to do is calculate what the variable is, we need to calculate what the variable is based on this amount that he uses. Based on this amount that he uses, find out how much he would pay for that, and then subtract that amount from the total, and that will be the fixed charge. All right? So let's work out the variable charge first, how much he pays for the gas. Let's work out how much he pays for the gas. All right, for the gas. All right. So every 200 meter cube he uses, he pays this amount. So this is the total amount of gas that he uses. So you want to know how many 200 is in that. And then for each of the 200 now, you're paying this. So to get how many 200 is in this, you have to divide this by the 200. So he pays 55,000 divided by 200. That's the number of 200 that is in it. And for each of those 200 is paying $0.60. That's the amount that he pays for the gas. So if you calculate this down now, guys, calculate this down and so much is worked out. So in the exam, you can use a calculator, you have to cancel it down, right? Cancel it down. Ready now. So the 2 zeros here, so cancel 2 zeros here, so. This 2 will cancel into this and give me 0.30. Then that 10 under 150, so I'm going to move the decimal point from it to the right. So I'm going to work it and come all the way down to 55 Gonna come all the way down to 55 times 3 times $3. Put the dollar sign. That's what it comes down to, 55 times $3. But understand that so far, this cancels down to this, 55 times 3. In the exam, we can't use a calculator, we do it the easy way. How you do 55 times 3 now? 3 times 50 first. 3 times 50 is 150. And then 3 times the 5 is 15. So add the 15 now. That's how you can do that calculation. 3 times 55 without a calculator. This comes up to 165. That's how much he pays for the gas. But the total amount he paid was actually this. That includes the fixed charge. So you're going to have to subtract the 155 from this amount now to know what the fixed charge is. So this is the amount that he paid for the gas, but the total he paid was this, which included the fixed charge. So the fixed charge equals 178.75 minus 165. I don't have to work it out. Why do I have to work it out? But the answers are there. It must be the one we end with a 75. I mean, I do 175 minus a whole number. I mean, I do this with a 75 on it, minus a whole number. The 75 must left on the answer. So I don't have to work it out. The answer is the first one. This is the first one. Now I've seen this very same question set already, where this is the answer. What they did, they put this in the information as a fixed charge in the question on another paper. They put the 1375 as a fixed charge on another paper. And they asked about the total amount paid. The total amount paid was the 178.75. So remember this question on another paper. All right? So you see, they can give the same question, but they split the information and answer something. With the same value, same calculation. This question says a plot of land presently valued at $12,000 is appreciated. Appreciate means to increase in value. Appreciate means to increase in value. Appreciated by a value of 2% per year. What will be the value of the plot of the land after 1 year? The answers are on the paper. Process of elimination. I don't need no calculation for this one. It must be more than 12. The new value must be greater than 12,000. I'm not calculating nothing for this one. Because this less than 12,000, this less than 12,000, this less than 12,000. The answer must be 12,300. And I think we're wasting the time on calculating. It must be more than 12,000 because it's appreciated. Appreciated by 2.5%. So it must get more. Appreciate means to increase in value. So if it was 12,000, I'd appreciate, all of them are wrong. It must be the one that is more. I'm not calculating nothing but this one. So when I waste time on calculating, you have to do 2.5 over 100 times the 12,000. Right? You have to do that calculation there. Right? You have to do that calculation there, so let me shift it over. If you want to waste time, and then the number, the materially, you're really multiplying the 2.5 times the 12. We're multiplying the 2.5 times the 12. Right? Now the 2 times the 12 is 24. And then half of 12 is 6. Right? So you're getting the 300. That's how we get the 13. So this would work out to be 300. And you have to add the 300 to the 12,000 at the beginning. You have to add the 300 to the 12,000. That's what the answer is, 12,300. If you want to waste time. But I not want to waste time with this stuff. I believe it. I believe it. But I could know that the answer is just, the last one. Because it can't be one that is less. So this question is a stupid question actually. By them giving these answers, they give it away. It has to be more than 12,000 because it appreciates. So that must be the only answer it could be. Anyway, let's go. A loan of $8,000 is paid back in 2 years in monthly payments of $400. The interest on the loan as a percentage was what? So the interest as a percentage is the interest over the original amount. So we need to know what the interest is. So we already know. The loan is $8,000. It's paid back over 2 years, but it's paid back monthly. So the 2 years is really 24 months, right? 24 months. So every month for 24 months, they paid $400. So already know. So the interest, all right, they repay. They repay. What they repay? 24 times 400. The repay amount is 24 times $400. All right, so it's like 4 times 24. 4 times 20 is 80. 4 times 4 is 16. 80 and 20, 80 and 16 is 96. That's 9,600. 9,600. You have to calculate this thing now. 4 times 24. I can do 4 times the 21st, which is 80. And then 4 times the 4. 4 times the 4 is 16. So I get 96. And then we put down about the 2 zeros for the 100. So 9,600 is the report. You have to be able to do it quickly in the exam without doing all that work. Can't use a calculator. So the repay 9,600. So the original amount bar was 8,000. Means that the interest is really equal to 1,600, right? Easy. 9,600 minus 8,000 is 1,600. The one the interest as a percentage. It has to be a percentage of the amount that you borrowed. So the percentage interest becomes 1,600 over the original 8,000. I leave up the dollar sign now. I don't need it again. Multiply by 100. That's what they're working on. The number, the material, the value that they're working with now is the 16 and the 8. Other than 0, you're going to cancel each other. So you're looking for an answer that is 2. The only answer with that 2 is this, 20. That must be the answer. The 0 then we just cancel each other and leave one last 0 at the end. You know? So the answer is 20. In terms of numbers, in terms of values, is 16 divided by 8, which is the 2. And then them 0 here now cancel out and leave 1 0 on it. That's why the answer is 20. Remember, you know, in the exam room, you don't have to work out everything to completion. You don't have to work out everything to completion, guys. 16 divided by 8 is 2. This is the only answer with a 2 in it. So that must be the answer. The zeros will make you get a 0 there. So. All right. If you work it out, you're going to get 20 still. But that is it. All right. Let's continue. An article is bought for $125, was sold for $175. So you buy it for this and you sell it for that. They make a profit of $50, obviously. Nobody can see that. And I want the profit as a percentage of the cost price. So it's the profit that you made over the cost multiplied by 100. That's what you calculated. The profit is clearly 50. So from 125 to 175, you're adding 50. That's 50. You put that over the cost. Cost is 170, 125. I don't need to put back the dollar sign. Multiply by 100. I can divide this. I can divide this one by 25. Divide this by 25, this one. And I get 2. Divide this by 25, and I get 5. So the answer is 40 now. That's 200 divided by 5. Or I can say this divided by the 5 is 20. 2 plus 4. It works out to 40. Anyway you want to look at it. It works out to 40. This equals 40. So the answer is this 40% right here. Anyway you want to look at it. That's it. Number 20. Let's go. Number 21. All right. We did this question yesterday. It says the product of this and its reciprocal. The reciprocal of a number is when you, of a fraction when you flip the fraction. You flip it. So for example, A over B, the reciprocal is B over A. Reciprocal. 2, reciprocal of 2 is 1 over 2. Why? Because the 2 is the same as 2 over 1. So these are reciprocals. When you multiply a number by its reciprocal, it's going to be equal to 1. A number times its reciprocal will be equal to 1. So if you want to multiply this by its reciprocal, the reciprocal we say is going to be 3 over 2p. That's a reciprocal, right? You multiply those. You multiply it. That's what you do, the product. That's what they're looking for. So you're looking for 3 over 2p now. Because all of these is the same. All of these is the same. First part. 3 over 2p, looking for. See here, 3 over 2p times 2 over 3. See, if you multiply them, they equal 1. Because this cancel this cancel that. So they equal 1. This is the answer. It's gonna work out to 1. But that is it. Number 22. Number 22 says, it gives a rectangle and it gives some dimensions. 2 centimeters, x minus 4 centimeters. The area of the rectangle is x squared. They tell us that the area is x squared. It means that this times this equals x squared. The equation that may be used to find the value of x. Okay. So they tell us that the area is x squared. It means that this times this is equal to x squared. I can say the area, which is x squared, the area equals, I don't enlarge it. So you can write it smaller. Right. So the area is equal to 2 times x minus 4. But the area is x squared. Let me say x squared is equal to 2 times x minus 4. As easy as that. Let's look for that. See here the first one. Easy. All right? The area is x squared. That's what they say. So it's equal to 2 up here, so minus the x minus 4 there. That is it. Easy stuff. Next one. 23. Althea normally saves X dollars per month, X dollars each month. But in June, she saves $4 more. $4 more. More means plus. Twice her normal amount. Twice her normal amount is 2x. So she saved 4 plus 2x. How much did she save in June? 4 plus 2x. See here, same thing is 2x plus 4. $4 more than twice her normal. More means plus. If it was less, it would be subtract. It would be 2x minus 4. She said, if it was 2, if them change the question upon the paper tomorrow and change the word to less, then it will be 2x minus 4. $4 less than twice. It will be 2x minus 4. If they change it, all right? All right. So let's get jiggy with it. Next one. Next one is number 24. Number 24 is right here. So solving this for x, easy question. I'm trying to make this a subject. All right. First thing we're going to do is move this 3. Move the 3 first. So you're going to be left with x over 2 equals 1 minus 3. So x over 2 equals negative 2. We're going to take this 2 and multiply it up here. So multiply it across here. So the x is going to be equal to negative 2 times 2, which means that the x is negative 4. Negative 4. That's it. You can check the answer there if it is right. And we put negative 4 here, so this is going to become negative 2. 3 minus 2 is 1. So yes, it is correct. It's not something you can double check your answers as well. This one, we're going to use the laws of indices. When you multiply indices, you have to add the powers. You have to add these powers and put at the same base. So the answer for this one is going to be 5 to the n plus 1 plus n plus 2. You're adding the powers when you multiply. If it was divide, if this was a divide, you'll have to subtract the powers right there. So subtract them. All right? So if the multiply, you add, divide, you subtract the powers. So let's add them now. So it becomes 5 to the n plus n is 2n. 2n. And 1 plus 2 is 3. So you get 2n plus 3. So the answer is this guy right here. Solved. Nice and easy. Let's move on. The next one. They tell us that A star B equals that. And I want us to work this out. The key thing is to work what is in the bracket first. You have to work what's in the bracket first. Just like the Baldman system. You have to work out the 3 star 4 first in the bracket. See what the bracketed term equals to first. Star says you're going to square the first one, square the second one, and add them. So the sum of the square of the 2 values. So this then becomes 3 squared plus 4 squared. This is 9 and 16, that's 25. So this equals 25. So the thing in the bracket is 25. So then this now, when I write it now, it becomes equal to 25 star 2. Because we worked out what is in the bracket, then it's 25. And then now if you apply the same rule, is that the A now is 25 and the B now is 2. So then it becomes 25 squared plus 2 squared. And then that working it out. The answer is right here. 25 squared plus 2 squared. All right, that is it. Next question. If the determinant of A is 0, this means determinant. This means the determinant. That means the determinant of A is 0. It means that we have a singular matrix that has no inverse. When the determinant is 0, the matrix is singular. It's a singular matrix we have. Or they could say that it has no inverse. A singular matrix is one that has no inverse. It's like it stands by itself. It's singular, lonely. In a married, it has no inverse. There's no inverse to it because the determinant is 0. Because in calculating the inverse, you have to divide by the determinant. You can't divide by 0. If this 0 is some other value like 2, then it will be a non-singular. Any other value than 0, it will be non-singular. Any other value that is here for the determinant, any other value, it will be non-singular. Any other value, any other number, negative, positive, fraction, it don't matter. Any other value that the determinant is, the matrix is non-singular. So look out for that. The matrix is non-singular. What's the identity matrix again? The identity matrix is the matrix. Just for revision. 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1. Represented with letter I. That's identity matrix. What's the main property about identity matrix? A matrix multiplied by its inverse will always be equal to the identity matrix. That's a good thing to know. A matrix multiplied by its inverse will be equal to the identity matrix. I can switch them around to and put the inverse of a matrix times the matrix still equal to the identity matrix. All right? Just for revision. I'm not saying these things for revision, guys. Just for revision. More maths equals better maths. You don't know what's coming on the paper, and I say, no, I touch everything that comes to mind. This one, no. This one is asking us for the order of this matrix. Another word for order is size. They could have said size. Size of the matrix. The size or order of a matrix is always given as the number of rows by the number of columns. That's how you state it. The number of rows by the number of columns. What are the rows? Rows are the number of horizontal data. That's a rows. Rows go across. So there are 3 rows in this one. 3 rows. And the columns is a vertical data. 1, 2, 3, 4 columns. 4 columns. So there are 3 rows and 4 columns. Let me put a little marking on it over here. So you can remember. There are 3 rows. 1, 2, 3 rows. 3 rows. And there are 4 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 columns. And you state it rows by columns. It will be 3 by 4. This is the answer. That's a 3 by 4 matrix. Easy, easy question. Soft with a capital T. Soft. Next question. If the vector P and Q are these, what is this? Careful with those negative signs, guys. Careful with those negative signs. Ready? Let's write them out and calculate it. So we're doing a negative P. Negative P would become negative 3, 2. Then we're doing minus 2Q. Let's do it this way. Minus. Let's work on the 2Q. The 2Q is 2 times that, you know. 2 times that is 2Q. That times 2 gives us the 2Q. So we're going to write negative 2, 8 for the 2Q. Let's set it up that way. All right? Shift this down now so you can see it. Let's shift it down. Man. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. I'm still drowsy. Still drowsy. All right, so that's what we're calculating, right? So all I did here, I multiplied by the 2 to get this one, right? Because of the 2q. Careful with the negative sign. I'm going to apply the negative on the vector. So this is going to become -3, -2, minus -2, 8. Careful with the negative signs now. Well, we're going to put as one matrix now. So it become -3 and then minus a plus. So -3 plus 2. Then -2 and -8. -2 and -8. This works out to -1 because -3 plus 2 is -1, -1, and -2 and -8 is -10. So that's as -1, -10 right here. Don't give it away with those negative signs, guys. Careful with the negatives. Most mistakes in math are made with a negative sign, believe it or not. And easy and easy, but people still make mistakes. Next question is vector diagram right here. It says, item 30 refers to the following triangle OLM, in which R is the midpoint. So this is the midpoint over here, so, right? R is the midpoint. It tells us that OR is this, and it gives us the vector for OR. So we know the quotient vector of R. So right here shows OR. So it means up here, so is 2 times this, 2 times that. Because R is the midpoint, right? Let's analyze as we go. And then now OM is the vector on this side. OM. So they give us that vector on that side as well. So let's write down what we know. We want us to find LM. We want us to find LM. All right, look how we're gonna do it now. We're gonna use position vectors to do it. Because it's the LM, it is OM minus OL. Let me write it down for you now. All right, let's write down what we know. All right, I'm looking for space to write. So that keeps the diagram on the screen. All right, watch this now. I'm going to write that now, right? So we're gonna need OL. OL up here, so is 2 times OR. Because R is the midpoint, is 2 times OR. So all of this is 2 times this. All right. So what is OR? OR is this thing. So multiply by 2. So it becomes 3A, not 3A, multiply by 2. I write 3A. It becomes 6A minus 4B. I multiply by 2. That's what OL is now. O to L. The vector from O to L is this one. Now, why am I interested in that? Because the answer is asking for LM. And I know OM. I'm going to show you something now. When you know the position vectors of the points, so like I'm trying to find LM. LM is equal to OM minus OL. That's a displacement vector formula that's good to know. O times the last minus O times the first. If the displacement vector is LM, M is the last, L is the first. We do O times the last, see there OM, the last is M, OM minus OL. We use this approach when you know the 2 position vectors, when you know the OM and the OL is a good way to do it. You don't need a diagram to do it. You can just use this displacement formula to do it. That is why I was keen to calculate the OL from up here. So I'm going to do that now. The OM, they gave it to us. See here, so 2A plus 3B for the OM. 2A plus 3B. 2A plus 3B is the OM. And I want to subtract the OL. We just work with the OL. See here, 6A minus 4B. 6A minus 4B. 6A minus 4B. I'm subtracting them. Careful the negative sign. A values first. 2A minus 6A. 2A minus 6A is negative 4A. And then 3B minus and negative 4B. Minus becomes a plus. So it's almost like it becomes 3B plus 4B. Minus makes the plus. So it's 3b plus 4b, that is 7b. So we're adding 7b. So looking for this answer. Negative 4a plus 7b. See to yourself, you just turn it around. They turned it around.
Excuse me, sir.
Put the 7b in front. Yes?
Sir, couldn't it work like, sir, couldn't it work like LO and then OM?
Of course. Want to see it that way as well? Let's do it that way as well.
Because that's the way I know it, sir.
Yeah, man, get the same answer. You get the same answer? You are correct. You can come down here so first this way, LO, and then go across here so. Like so. All right, it's gonna be the same thing. Now watch this. I'm gonna put it on the diagram. Now, in this question, the OL is this way, O to L is that way. That's what they gave us. That's why I prefer to do it this way, the formula. So if we're gonna go the opposite way, you need the minus of that because you're going in the opposite direction. So the vector down to O will be the negative of this. So you have to put minus 6a minus 4b. Why I put the minus? Because I'm going in the opposite direction to OL. LO is the opposite direction. And I'm going to add the OM now, and this is the OM. So I'm going to add the OM. So I'm going to add 2a plus 3b. It's going to come out to be the same thing. I'm adding up this and this. If you look at it carefully, now. See my 2a minus 2a plus 3b is the same thing. And watch this now. See the minus that. See this up? Minus that. See that? So see that we'll come back to the same thing.
I know, sir.
All right, good. All right, beautiful. Yeah, man. So it's not one way to do them, right? So that way a while ago is if you use the diagram as reference. This is if you use our displacement formula. O times the last minus O times the first. And the displacement formula is useful when you know the position vectors. You know the position vector of the last, and you also know the position vector of the first. It becomes convenient to do it that way. O times the last minus O times the first. Ready? Next question. This question gives us the cylinder. I don't like to say diameter. Why? Because the formula that we use is always radius. So the first thing I'm going to do is write this. Recognize this diameter as 6. I'm going to write that the radius is 3 to start. Because all the formula will be with the radius. So since the diameter is 6, the radius is 3, and then this is the height h. So this is our h. H equals 20 centimeters. H. We want the volume, guys, in terms of pi. I want the volume. Volume of a cylinder is pi r squared h. It's on the formula sheet. The volume is pi r squared h. It's on the formula sheet. Volume of a cylinder. So it becomes pi times the r is 3. I better answer that for the 6. Square times the height is 20. The height is 20. This becomes pi times 9 times 20. 9 times 20 is 180. So you get 180 pi. This is the answer. 180, 9 is 80, 180. I bet the answer you're wrong, it is there. If you don't work with the 6, let's say we make a mistake and work with the 6. Just set the argument sake. All right, pi times 6 squared. Let's see what we'll get. Times 20. What would we get? We'll get pi times 36 times 20. See that? I'm setting up, because if I wrote this out now, I get pi times 720. And I put the answer there. And to be wrong. So sometimes they put the wrong answer there as well. So if anybody make a mistake and work with the 6, they're going to mark this one and say, yeah, make it that right. I'm gone. And it is actually wrong. All right? So sometimes the answer that they know you will get wrong, the mistake that you will make, the answer is there for the mistake as well. Understand? And you go and mark it and think you're right. Good? So they know the mistakes that people will make and they put the mistake answers there on the paper as well. Catch you. Don't let them catch you. Don't let them catch you. Get it right. Don't get it wrong, get it right. Next one. It says, reach halfway on this paper now. This one refers to a diagram in which it's a circle, center as O, and the sector, and they show the major and the minor arcs, right? So over here is the major arc, the long one, and right here is the minor arc. Question says, if the area of the minor sector is 103, so they're giving us this area right here, so they're telling us what it is. What is the area of the circle? No, remember, the area of a sector is a fraction of the area of the circle. So you do have to calculate it out. All right? Just recognize it, that is a fraction of the area of the circle. And the fraction is given by the angle, the sector angle divided by the 360 that would be in the circle. So already know. So already know. The area of the sector is a fraction. Let's call a fraction 60 over 360 times the area of the circle, which we are trying to find. They gave us this, you know, they tell us it is 103. Good? So it means that 103 is equal to, now the 60 over 60 is 1/6. 60 degrees is 1/6 of a circle. So it's 1 over 6 times the area of the circle. So if you want to find the area of the circle, just multiply away the 6 over here. Multiply away the 6. So the area of the circle becomes 6 times 103. So 6 times 100 is 600, and 6 times 3 is 80. 680. 680. 680. That's the area of the circle. So I didn't have to calculate the radius and all of that. Just remember, the area of the sector is a fraction of the area of the circle. So you don't have to put the pi r squared here, so guys. You don't have to put the pi r squared. Just put area of circle. You don't need the radius to calculate this. Just remember that. And length of arc, same thing. The length of the arc is a fraction of the circumference of the circle. So some question will ask that as well. Let's go. Next question. If it took a speedboat 9 hours to travel a distance of 108 or 1,080 kilometers, what is the average speed? Speed equal distance over time. Speed equal distance over time. Straight calculation, this one. The distance is 1080 over the time of 9. So 9 into 12, 9 into 108 is 12. 9 into 108 is 12. 9 into this is 1 time, 9 into this is 12. 12 with the 0 give me 120. So this works out to 120. 120 is the speed, kilometers per hour. 120. Right here is the answer. Speed equal distance over time. When acceleration, when there's no acceleration, when acceleration is constant. Speed equal distance over time. All right, that one is that. Easy questions coming up now. The length of the sides of a triangle are x, 2x, and 2x. That means isosceles. If the perimeter is 20, what is the value of x? It means that x plus 2x plus 2x. Those are the sides, you know. Perimeter of the sum of the sides. Let me say that is 20. The perimeter is 20. This add up to 5x. It means that 5x equals 20. Divided by the 5, it means that x equals 4. So x is 4. Bang, x is 4. Nice and easy. Easy question. Easy question. Let's go. This one says, 50 guests had 2 glasses of champagne each. 50 guests, put the number 50 for this one. Put the value 50 so we can see the 50. 50 guests had 2 glasses each. That's 100 glasses, you know. 100 glasses. Let's write that down from now. 100 glasses. That 100 glasses, you know, right? 50 guests each had 2 glasses. That's 100 glasses. Each glass had 150 milliliters. How much liters? See, not milliliters. How much liters was served? So it's 100 glasses, and each glass had this. So in terms of the amount served, it becomes equal to 100 glasses times 150 milliliters. This becomes around 20 and this becomes 15,000 milliliters. But 1,000 milliliter make a liter. 1,000 milliliter make a liter. So this is just 15 liters. Let me write that. 1,000 milliliters make a liter. That's because 1,000 milliliter is equivalent to 1 liter. That's what we make this transition, divided by 1,000, right? That's it. So the answer is 15 liters. 15 liters was the amount served. Again, I said them ask this question and flip it the other way around and ask something like how much was in each glass, which was 150 milliliters, something like that. Flip the information. Same thing and just flip it. They told us in the question that 15 liters was served. And I want to know how much was in a glass, and the answer was 150 milliliters. How many guess there were? 50 guess. When I see them say the same question and just flip up the information. I've seen that on other papers before. This question says a square has the same perimeter as a rectangle of length 15 centimeters by 11 centimeters. What is the area of the square? Let's set it up. So like we have a square, let's set it up so it becomes visual. Sometimes we can visualize it and see it better. We have this square, x, 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 right? That's a square, calling the side x. And it has the same perimeter as a rectangle, and the rectangle is 11 by 15. 11 by 15. And I'm saying the perimeter over here, so which is equal. See, the perimeter of the square is equal to the perimeter of the rectangle. That's how they start out. So the perimeter of the square is 4x, right? 4 times x is 4x. 4x. And that is equal to the perimeter of this. This one is add up to much. This one is add up to 26, right? All right, can put on this side. This is 15 and this is 11. So this is 30 across here, so, and 22 across here, so is the perimeter. 30 plus 22. Again, 30 plus 22. All right, over here, anyway. 30 plus 22. That's 52. The perimeter I'm talking about is 52. So that perimeter is 52. To find the x, we're going to divide by 4. So the x equals 52 divided by 4. 52 divided by 4 is how much? 13, not 13, don't it? Yeah, because 4 times the 10 is 40 and 4 times the 3 is 12. We have x is the x is 13. Let's make this a little smaller and shift it away a bit. What is the area of the square they want to know? Area of the square they want. So the area of the square becomes 13 squared. That becomes 13 times 13, which is equal to 169. Bam. You must know all the square number from 1 to 15, guys. You must know all the square numbers from 1 to 15.
Sir, so like how you say I should know them, sir. That means I must practice all of them by tonight.
But if you don't know them already, you don't know what you're going to do. Go focus on other things. But they're not hard to know still. Are you just prepare for work amount if you have to? But like 13 square now. So just know that is 169. But anyway, let's continue. This one says, in fact, you're supposed to go to bed and sleep tonight. No more studying after this. It says, the circumference of a circle is 154 centimeters. Give me that pi 20 over 7. The radius of a circle is what? The circumference, I tell you, is 154. This is 2 pi r now. So it means that 2 pi r is 154. All right, so set that up. 2 pi r is 154. I'm trying to find the r, trying to find the radius, trying to find this radius. Let's plug in the values. So we can divide both sides by the 2 first, and the pi is 22 over 7. So it becomes 2 times 22 over 7 times the r equals 154. 154. All right. So we can divide by the 2 first. We divide this by 2, what we're going to get? 77. Divide by 2 first. So we're going to get 22 over 7. R equals 77. 77. Yes, if we divide this by 2, we're going to get 77. 2 into 15 goes 7 times. Remain a 1. And 2 into the 14 goes 7 as well. That is it, right? And then I'm going to divide by the 22. What did I do first? I divided by 2 first, but step by step. I can't use a calculator, step by step. And then now I'm going to divide by 11 to cancel this down. Divide by 11. I'm going to divide by 11. When I divide both sides by 11, I'm going to get 2 over 7r equals 7. Let's make this smaller. Let's make this smaller. I'm going to note a space. And zoom it up back, right? And I'm trying to finish this calculation. So I'm going to multiply the 7 and divide on the 2. So the r is going to be equal to 7 times 7 over 2. That must be a fraction because this is 49 over 2. So this must be the answer. Not no whole number answer, that must be an odd number divided by 2. That must be the answer. 49 over 2 is the radius. All right, that is that. Number 38. We're almost there. Almost there. So the distance around the lake is 8 kilometers. On a map, this distance around this lake is represented by a length of 2 centimeters. The scale of the map is always given as the map, is always the map to the land, or in this case, it's map to lake. That's how ratio always set up, right? Map to land. So on the map, the equivalent distance for the lake is 2 centimeters. And on the lake, that equivalent is 8 kilometers. All right? So this is a ratio, and what it is, have to break down one of these without the symbol, without the unit of measure, and in lowest terms. Remember, a ratio can be multiplied or divided by any constant value or any constant unit of measure. So this over here is centimeter, but this over here is kilometer. And these also can be divided with each other. So first I'm going to divide by the 2. The values divide through by the 2. And I'm going to get 1 centimeter to 4 kilometers. Then I want to convert that kilometers to, this is the answer, must be that, and can't be anything else, based on these values, 1 and 4. Just that this now is a large number of centimeters, which is this one. It can't be 40. Cannot, because this already reached 4,000 meters. Or not reach centimeters yet. It has to be the last one. I don't need to do any more work, you know, but let me just work it out still. So it will be 1 centimeter to, I'm going to change that 4 kilometers to meters first, but I'm multiplying by 1,000. 4,000 meters. They all know that 100 centimeters make a meter. 100 centimeters make a meter. Centi means 100, like centipede has 100 legs, right? So centi means 100. So 100 centimeters make a meter. So this is 1 centimeter to 4,000, and they add on 2 more zeros for the 100. So it's actually 400,000 centimeters, and then you can divide both sides by the centimeter. Cancel the centimeter on both sides, left with this answer as I've marked. Well, for we reach right here, so no, for we reach right here, so put a mark that as an answer. That must be the answer based on these values. But anyway, that is it. Next question. Next question is some statistics. We're going to a statistics section now, right? Let's go. This question says, item 30 and 40 refer to the following table shows the number of books of 58 students. So this add up to 58. Remember, these are your scores. So this is your X. These are your frequency, right? These are your scores. That's your data. So your mean, mode, median, range, interquartile range must be your data. Your data. This is just the frequency. All right. So this says add up to 58. So this add up to 58. All right. Let's write down that. It said the mode of the number of books bought is what? What is the mode? The mode is a score that matches the highest frequency. The highest frequency is 13. Let's write it yourself. The max frequency is 13. All right, based on the table. Let's write in something for reference. And that frequency corresponds to 5 books. 5 books. So the mode number of books is 5. 5 is the number of books that occurred most frequently. So the mode is 5. Right there. Don't put 13 as a mode, no. Remember, mean, mode, median is not a frequency value. Has to be one of these values. Your answer for mean, mode, median, and so on must be one of these. Not a frequency value. So you couldn't put the 13. All right, 13 just the highest frequency. These are 13 students. 13 different students had 5 books. All right, so 5 books was the highest frequency in terms of the number of books that students had. All right, the median number of books that a student bought, the median you want. So basically now, these are the students. They are lined out in ascending order from those who are the lowest number of books out to those who are the highest number of books. So the data is in ascending order for you already. Now the median is the number of books that the student in the middle of the distribution had, right? So there are 58 values, so you're gonna have to do the average of the 2 middle values. So how you break it down now? Let's break it down up here, so. Let's break it down up here, so. So like you have the 58 students, right? You want to find the median. They are in ascending order, so you cut in half and half. Half of 58 is what? 26. So you have 26 students over here and 26 students over here. Divided half and half. Because that even number of values, the median is going to be the average of the 26th student, which is the last one in the first half, and the first one in the second half is the 27th student, the 27th. So the median is going to be the 26th and the 27th student, the number of books that they had, 27th, divided by 2. So you need to find how many books the 26th student had and how many books the 27th student had, and they average them. So we're going to count the students from left to right in ascending order, trying to find the 26th student. So already now, we're counting the students now. So we're adding up the students here so now. So this is the cumulative frequency. We can put it here so. Cumulative frequency is like adding up the students as you go. So you have 9 students in the first group. Then come here, so you have 18. So you reach 18 students when you finish the second group.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, isn't half of 58 29?
It's 20. Oh, thanks for that. My mistake. All right, 29. And everybody sit on there looking at me. All right, so I'm using the right procedure but the wrong numbers. 29. All right, thanks for that. So I'm doing the 29th and the 30th. How do I get the wrong answer? You see? 29th and the 30th. The 28th, sorry, the 20. Come again, 29. 29 and 29. So the last of the first group is the 29th, and the first of the second group is the 30th. All right, thanks for that correction. 30th. All right, so we're searching for the 29th and the 30th students. All right, so reach 18 students when we finish here, so we're gonna add 13 more students over here, so we finish putting in these 13 students, now you reach how much? You reach 31 actually, right? That's it. So it means that the 29th student is in this group, and also the 30th student is in that group. Because when you finish 18 students, the 18 students have 4 books, right? The 18th student, which is the last year, so had 4 books. Then over here, so you start from the 19th student all the way up to the 31st student. So it means that the 29th and the 30th are in this group. So this group had the 29th and the 30th. 29th and the 30th. All right, yeah, man, cool. All right. John and like, I have some instructions to tell you. Okay, good. All right. So the 29th and the 30th student in that group. So 2 of them are the same number of books. So the mean, therefore, is calculated 5 plus 5. So it's 5 books plus 5 books over 2, which is still 5. So the median number of books is 5. That is it. So it could have been that you had different, but I've seen questions already where it's different. So look out for it. I wanted to emphasize the method. Just made a mistake with the calculation there, or I got division by 2. But the process is this, same process, third process. So the median number of books, the 29th and the 30th student is one of these 13 students here. So you're going to reach 18 when you finish there. And you stop this group at 31. Stop this group at 31. So the 32nd student start over here. All right? Hope you understand. Let's continue. Next one. This question says, this one right here. This one right here says, it refers to the following pie chart which shows the popular games played by a group of students. I will see them give them in percentage. This is a repeat question. And this is 36%. And this is 90 degrees. So because it is in percentage and we give us degrees, you want to either work in degrees or percentage. This and these look like easier to work in percentage. The total must be 100%. 36 degrees is just 10% of 360 degrees. That's obvious. So right in here, so we have 10%. This is 10%. And then 90 degrees is 1/4 of the circle. 1/4 is 25%. This is 90 degrees, which is 1/4 of a circle. So this is 25%. 25%. 25%. You can add them up and see, you know, add up these. This plus this plus this. No. Add them up and see. This plus this plus this plus this. Tell me if you add up to 100. Check it for me. Tell me if you add up to 100. We can fast. We can fast. Check it for me. Add up to 100. This one is a 40. And then 2 is 60. Yeah, man, it add up to 100. See it? So add up to 100. It says 180 students play football. That's 25% of the students play football. How many students are in the group? So all you can do, you can say, okay, 25% of the total students play football. 180 is 180 equals 180. That's why you're working out now. 25%, which is a quarter. 25%, I could say a quarter of the students is 180. Because a quarter of the students who play football, right inside here. All right? So it's multiplied over by 4. So the total is 180 times 4. That's 720. Again, this question, I've seen this question written a different way. We're going to give it a 720 and ask for the 180. The answer is 180. This is what they asked. Like they asked for how many students play football. But they told you that the total was 720. I've seen a question like that already. All right, let's continue. Stay online, yeah, because all right. Next one. Your question to ask me. Yep. After, you can send it to me in the WhatsApp. All right. Let's go. Next question. Item number 42 refers to the following chart, which shows amount of fish bought in kilograms by the first 60 customers at a fish market. So always make sure you understand the graph, right? So these are the mass of the fish that they buy. These are the number of customers up here. Number of customers up here, right? So these are your scores, like your X values, and this is your frequency up here. So, all right. Let's do what they want. It says, how many customers bought at least 6 kilograms of fish? At least 6 kilograms, at least 6 kilograms really means greater than or equal to 6 kilograms, you know. At least 6 means 6 or more. If you must have at least $6 to go to a party, stay online. All right, stay online. I want to give you guys some instructions. All right. So if you must have at least $6 to buy a piece of cheese, it means they must have $6 or more dollars. So at least 6 means 6 or more. It don't mean less than 6. So at least 6 are these. 6 or more. These are the mass that is 6 or more. So I want to count up all of those persons. Let's zoom it up. Counting up all of those persons. So the number that bought 6 up here so is 11. This is 11. So up here so is 11. 11. Then the number that bought 7 up here so is 5. Right here says 5. This is 5. The number that bought 8, number of persons who bought 8 is 4. 4 persons bought 8 kilograms. 4. Number of persons who bought 9. 9 is right in between the 6 and the 8, which is 7. 7. Right here says 7. The number that bought 10 is right up here. So what is this? This is 3. 3 right here. 3. So basically adding up all of those guys. That will be your answer. So you're adding up all of those to get the total at least. So it will be 11 plus the 5 plus the 4 plus the 7 plus the 3. So them 2 are 10 and these are 20. So that's 30 now, right? 30, add up to 30. That is it. But understand that? But understand?
Yes, sir.
So you start off at 6 then. And
Yes,
then
sir.
Yeah, because I say at least 6 kilograms. At least 6 means 6 or more. Just always think of money. Somebody is going to a party and say, my youth, I want to go to the party. I say at least $2,000. You mean say if you have about $2,000 or more. So at least something means that amount or more. At least 6 kilograms means 6 kilograms or more. Simple. All right? So relate the math back to the English language. At least 6. Let's finish that. We're about 20, less than 20% to go. Right. Let's go. Yeah, running late. We're going to finish off. Running late. This question says, refer to the following diagram which shows the cumulative frequency curve of the height of 20 plants. So these are the 20 plants. These are the heights. Read the scale properly. Read the scale. Mute the mic, please. Mute the mic. It says the interquartile range of a set of measurement is what? What's interquartile range? The interquartile range is the upper quartile minus the lower quartile. It is Q3 minus Q1. How do we find those quartiles? The Q3 is 3/4 of the data. So 3/4 of 20 is 15. So it's almost like you find the halfway mark first, and then the upper quartile is the middle of the top half, which is right here. So. And then the middle of the bottom half is right here. It's the divide of the data into quartile. And then the right in the middle is the median, Q2. All right? So the quartiles, the position of the quartiles are these. So this 5 is the position of the first quartile. That's just the position of it. And this is the position of the third quartile, Q3. To find the quartiles itself now, you have to come across on a graph and measure it down. So you come across on a graph here. Come across on a graph. What's happening here? Done? Wow, something went wrong here, so guys. Hold on. Something went wrong. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. To exit this. Get back my pen. And go again. All right, there's something wrong. All right, let's go. All right, so I'm going to come across on the graph. Come across on the graph at 15 like this. Like it's right at this mark. And read the quartile down here. Read the quartile down here. Understand? You have to care for the scale of the graph, guys. So look at it now. There are 5 small lines over 20, over 2. So it's 2 divided by 5. Each line is 2 divided by 5. 2 divided by 5 is same as 4 over 10. So each of those lines is 0.4. Each of these little lines is 0.4. You have to work out the scale of the graph. A length of 2 units divided into 10 into 5 spaces. So divide 2 by 5 to know what each of those little spaces is. 0.4. So each of those little small lines is 0.4, 0.8, 1.2, 1.2, 1.6, and then 2. Each of those little small lines is 0.4. 0.4 is each of those little small lines. So therefore, this is 4. This is going to be 4.4, 4.8. It's going to be 5.2 that we want. 5.2 is what we want. Let's put it on in blue. That's 5.2 right there. As each little line is 0.4. Let's read them. This is the Q. This is the Q3 now. This one is the Q3. This one is Q3, the upper quartile. Let's do the Q1 now. The Q1 is going to come across on the Q1 line here. and read it down. Looks like it's right in between here and here. That's where it is. Let's go now. This is 2. This line is 2.4. And this line is 2.8. So the mark that we have there so is 2.6. So this is Q1. 2.6. Everything important. Mathematics is the most exact science. Get it right. So the quartile is 2.1. So therefore, we're doing 5.2 minus 2.6, which works out to be 2.6 as well. This minus this is 2.6. Coincidental. So the answer is 2.6, but the difference between this and this is 2.6. That is the answer. All right, guys, that's interquartile range. All right, next question. That one done. Next one. We did this question earlier. Same information. All right, refers to the following table which shows the results of a survey of 100 persons, 2 major ethnic groups, P and R. Respondents were interviewed about their attitude towards mathematics. Don't ask me. It says a respondent is chosen from ethnic group P. See the one that we did earlier was just a respondent was chosen at random. But this time we're working in P. So the total in P is 60. So our probability now is going to be out of 60. Because we're working in group P alone. A respondent was selected from group P at random. What is the probability that he has a negative attitude to math? So there's 24 out of the 60 has a negative attitude to math. 24 out of 60. 24, 12 into that is 2 times. 12 into that is 5 times. So it's 2 over 5. Bam, right there. So note, because we're working in ethnic group P, the total is 60. If you see another question about ethnic group R, it's going to be out of 40. If you just a person is selected at random from everybody, then you're working with the total. Answer the question. Pay attention to the details. Read carefully. All right, let's continue. This one says, they're getting easier now, guys. 15. It says the point where a line function crosses the horizontal axis. The horizontal axis is your x-axis. And so that is the x-axis intercept. Easy question. 3-1. 3-1. Line crosses the x-axis at the x-intercept. Let's continue. Next one over here. A mapping diagram. Boom, bam. Refers to the mapping diagram below. The relationship that best describes the mapping. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. It is a function. It is a function. If you zoom it up like this and show it like that, all the elements in the domain match. See, all of them map, I should say map, and only one arrow coming off each of them. So this is the mapping diagram of a function. What kind of function is it? Let's look at it now. Bang, bring it back. So what you see here is 2 different elements mapping to 1 element across. You can see it. And once you have that happening 1 time in the mapping, even if you had everything else was just 1-to-1, that's a many to 1. Many mapping to 1. Many to 1. Many to 1. Answer is many to 1. Easy, easy like that. Soft with a capital T. This one. H of x is this. The one h of -6. Plug the -6 in there and calculate it. Easy. Easy. Let's go. This becomes equal to 3 times -6 minus 2 over 5. This is -18. -18 and -2 is -20. -20 over 5 is -4. Don't give it away. The answer is E. Moving right along. We're going to finish up now. 48. 48. We did this question earlier. Same question. We did it earlier. This question says, they give us this graph and they ask us for the maximum point. Yes, same question we did earlier. The maximum point is right up here. That's your maximum point. 2, 4. 2, 4 are the coordinates. The last one, 2, 4. are the coordinates of the maximum point. There's another question, number 49. Says, the values of x where the graph intersect y equals 0. Remember, y equals 0 is your x-axis. It's referring to your x-axis. Where the graph crosses the x-axis. Talking about here and here. The x value right here is 0. And the x value right here is 4. 0 and 4. 0 and 4. 0 and 4. 0 and 4. First answer, 0 and 4, right here. 0 and 4. Next one. Which of the following equations that have a straight line is the one that can be written y equals mx plus c if you transpose it? No square, no product, no quotient in it. So it has to be this one. If I transpose the 3, I'm going to get y equals 2x minus 3. Same format as that. So that is the straight line one right here. Next one, number 51. Number 51. Which of the following sets best represent this mapping? So basically what you want to do is plug these values in there and see which of these pairs it work out. Don't make no sense we do the first one because the first one is the same. 0 map to 3. So don't make no sense. Plug in the one here so first. Next, you're gonna get the 1 mapping to 1 squared plus 3, which is 4. So looking for the answer with 4. All right. Answer must be 4 for the second one. So this one out of it, and this one out of it. Because this is a 4, and that is a 4. So it's okay for those two. So we're eliminating as we do. Then we're gonna plug in the 2 next and see what happens with the 2. Plug in the 2 next. So plug in the 2 inside here. It's gonna become 2 squared plus 4. That's 2 squared plus 3, sorry. That is 7. So see here, 2 map to 7. This one is saying 5. So X out this one as well. This one is saying 5. So the answer is the last one. Process of elimination. We don't have to work out all of them. That is it. All right, nice and easy. Next one. The line L is parallel to which one of these? Parallel lines have the same gradient. So you just need to calculate the gradient of this. The lines parallel have the same gradient. Or you get the gradient from this. Make y the subject. I'm going to transpose the negative over this side first. And so I'm going to get 2x minus 8 equals 5y. I want to make the y positive. Then I'm going to divide through by this 5. Divide through by the 5. If I divide through by 5, this is going to become 2 over 5x minus this is going to become 8 over 5. And this is going to stay y. 8 over 5. And this is going to be y. Same as y equals 2 over 5x minus 8 over 5. Same thing. So this is my gradient right here. Number in front of the x is my gradient. When y alone is a subject. So the answer is 2 over 5. This is my answer. 2 over 5. Number 53. This is a circle theory. It's asking us for the angle y. Angle at y is the angle at center, subtended by this arc. The same arc is subtending 50 degrees at the circumference. Angle at center is twice angle at circumference. So this angle is 2 times the 50 degrees. Angle at center is twice angle at circumference. So that is 100 degrees. Angle at center is twice angle at circumference. Angle at circumference is 50. All right, so it's 2 times 50. Next question, 54. Finishing up fast and furiously. Let's go. This one says, what's the relationship between x and y? P and Q are parallel lines. Once you have parallel lines, you have z angles, u angles. All right? Co-interior angles. All right. It says, which are the following best describe relationship between x and y? They are equal. They are angles in the z. See there? They are alternate angles. Angles in the z. Alternate angles. So they are equal. They are equal. Answer the first one. They are equal. Angles in the z are equal. All right. Next one. This is something. Let me show you how this could be the answer. This last one. If the y wasn't here, let me show you. If the y was not here, so if the y was not here, and the y was instead over here, then this would be the answer. X plus y equals 180. Because then there would be co-interior angles that we call U angles, see? Like angles in a U, along the parallel side, down the transversal line and back. Those two angles are called co-interior angles. They always add up to 180 degrees. Those two angles will always add up to 180 degrees. So if it goes like that, then this will be the answer, guys. All right, so look out for that. Be careful. Look out for it. All right, look out for it in case they decide to make that a switch on the question. Next one. This diagram, we did this question yesterday again. So what it is that we had a combination of transformation, composite transformation. So this one without the prime, which is this one, was first mapped onto the prime one, which is over here. And then from the prime one, it went to this one. So transformation is from this to this way, and then from this to that. So they're asking us, what is the combination of the transformation? That's what they're asking us down here. What sequence of transformation take us from this to the final image over there? So look what happens first. It went from this to this first. That's a reflection. Oh, I know it's a reflection. It's a reflection in the y-axis. But this and this are the same distance from the mirror line. And also, O to Z, O to X, sorry, is the same distance O to X from the mirror line. In addition to that, orientation is reversed. WXYZ on this one is clockwise. WXYZ on this one is anti-clockwise. So when you have a reversal of orientation, you have a reflection in a line. So it's a reflection in the y-axis. So the first transformation is a reflection in the y-axis. Then from this one to this small one, we have an enlargement taking place. The scale factor of the enlargement is a half, because this side was 2 units, and then now it was 1 unit. So the enlargement scale factor is a half, and then where's the center? If we join the corresponding points and extend it back, you see it's towards the origin. Let's do y and y prime. We join the y and the y prime, again it's arriving and meeting at the origin. So it's an enlargement of scale factor half about the origin, the second transformation. So we do a reflection over the y-axis first, and then we do an enlargement of scale factor half about the origin. Let's look for that. I think it was the second one from my message, right? Yes, see it here. Let's see it here. We do a reflection in the y-axis first, see there, followed by an enlargement with the center at the origin and a scale factor of a half. So that is it. This is the answer. Reflection over the origin, then an enlargement of a scale factor equal to a half. That is it. Next one, number 56. In each of the following diagrams, A prime is the image of A. Which of them is a reflection in the x-axis? Remember, instead of saying x-axis, they could have said y equals 0. All right, so let's look at it and use elimination. If you reflect over this x-axis, this is going to come down here. So this one is not correct. So this one is not correct, right? Same thing here. So if reflecting this x-axis, this one is going to come down here. Again, not correct. Not correct. Next one. Reflect this in the x-axis is going to come right here. Again, this is the x-axis. So that, again, that one is not correct. So it must be the last one. Must be the last one, guys. That one is not correct. Yes, reflect this in the x-axis is going right here. Correct. Correct. So the last one is the correct one. Reflection in the x-axis. Bang. I've seen questions like this where they ask for reflection in the y-axis and come across to you. I've seen that. All right? I'm seeing the same diagram reflecting the y-axis. So look out for it. Number 57. Easy question. X and 2x are two of the angles in a triangle ABC. What is the third angle? Total angle is 180. So it's x plus 2x plus c would be equal to 180 degrees. So subtract these two, which is 3x, equals 180 degrees, and then you subtract them. So the angle C will be 180 degrees minus 3x. You don't need no work for this one. This one is straightforward, right? Don't need no calculation. Like a free question at the end of the paper. You finish it up. This one down here now. Not a repeat question. They give us this answer. They give us the angle of the pressure. We did one like this on the previous paper. This angle up here is equal to this angle inside here. because of the Z angles. So I'm going to write the angle inside the triangle. Wow. I'm going to put the angle inside the triangle here as 35 degrees. And the question tells me that this length is 12. That's what they said here. And they ask me for YZ. They ask me for this side, YZ, which is the opposite side to this. So I have to use tan. I know the adjacent and I want the opposite. I must use tan. So I would say for this one that the tan of the 35 degrees equal the opposite side that we want, which is the YZ, over the adjacent side that we know is 12. The YZ as a subject was multiplied with 12 up here. So the YZ is equal to 12 tan of 35 degrees. That answer is this one. 59, 2 questions to go. 59, another, this question will come back again. I was even explaining it to the youngster during the break. So which trig ratio in this triangle is 4/8? If this is the angle under consideration, then this is the opposite, and this is the hypotenuse. So this is the opposite over the hypotenuse if we're using x, which is sin x. So that's sin x. And I told you it could have been cos y. Can be cos y. So it could be, or it could be cos of y equals 4/x, because it would be then be 4/8. Because then it would be adjacent to hypotenuse. So then set by the question, I could put cos y as one of the options. But that is it. And the very last question on the paper, simple little translation. It says, under this translation, this point will go to where? So we can set it up. So you have the point, -5, 3, you write as a column vector. Write the point as a column vector. Then you add the translation vector to it. Add the translation to it, which is -2, 3. And you work out where it will take it to. -5 and -2 is -7. And 3 and 3 is 6. 3 and 3 is 6. 6. So this is the position vector for the point where it's going to, which is -7, 6. So the answer is this one. But I've actually done it without doing all of this. Just look at it and say, okay, this point is going to be translated with this value by -2. So you add the -2 to that. So -5 and -2 is -7. And then this value is going to change using this 3. 3 plus 3 is 6. So we could have done it that way as well, setting up the vector equation like that. And that is that. You guys need to go and shut it up now tomorrow. Listen me now. Yes, listen me now. Yeah, man, listen me now. Yes, so listen me good now. Last thing I'm telling you. Go man, sleep, no more study, no more math. That's it, right? You get up in the morning, no more studying, go straight to the exam room, reach early. Eat the breakfast early, get up and reach the exam room at least half an hour before the time. Don't work on the paper.
Big up yourself, no joke.
Go straight in the exam room. Listen to me now. Do not come out the exam room until the time is up. Do the paper 3 times if you have to. Work the question then multiple times if you have to. Check your answer. Check back everything before you come out the exam room. If you finish before time, go back through, check over everything, work the answers back in the question, do it multiple ways. You get me? Do not come out the exam room. You want 60 out of 60. 60 out of 60 you want. All right, that's it. Somebody saying something online?
Yes, sir. I'm just telling you, big up yourself, sir. No jokes.
All right, all right, give thanks, man. I said nothing, man. Respect.
Big up yourself, man.
All the best tomorrow, yeah. Everybody online, all the best tomorrow. Just send me a message if you know it go.
Thank you.
Yes.
Welcome. All right, cool. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, sir. And tomorrow.
Okay, bye-bye. Remember, take AdMaths. Go on classes in AdMaths and Pure Maths. Yeah, September, all right? Class starts in September.
Sir, I wanted to say
All right,
thank
sir.
you.
September.
All right. My number is 881-5600. That's my number. 876 area code. 876. All right, cool. Bye, everybody.
Sir, I wanted to say thank you for all your time and patience with us. Thank you for all the revision, all of it, sir. Thank you.
You are most welcome and all the best in the exam tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
All right, bye-bye. Bye, Kai.
Bye.
All right, go and sleep.
All right, sir. Good night.
All right, Jaden. All right. All the best tomorrow, guys.
Tomorrow, sir.
All right, Jaden. All the best, everybody. Let me know where to go. Have fun, and have fun in there, have fun. All right, I'm gonna log off now. Everybody, all the best. Bye.